You spot the difference now?
Every day, we hear reports about counterfeit products, stories of fake drugs, food, expired goods and other consumables being manufactured, imported and sold to unsuspecting members of the public. Findings reveal that Africa records at least 100,000 deaths from fake drugs-related ailments yearly. These fake and substandard products, particularly drugs, have been considered a global threat to human lives. And despite efforts by authorized agencies in Nigeria to combat the menace, the Nigerian market remains flooded with different unwholesome products. This is a plea to all those who manufacture and sell these goods to desist. Stop this menace of counterfeit products. Let's place value on human lives. And should you have purchased a counterfeit product or unsatisfied with the product, please contact SON or Consumer Protection Agency. This message is powered by Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Did you know that there are over 8 million listeners connected to our frequency, covering 6 states across 2 geopolitical zones? Take advantage of our reach and advertise your products, services, events and businesses on Today95.1 FM. Get value for your money as millions of people get to know about your business. Give us a call now on 0818-389-2850. Again, 0818-389-2850.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
This president's failed.
It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back. We're taking it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that
solutions.
So when you vote me, then you sleep.
Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today95.1 FM. Good morning.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he's holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I refuse if you are.
Yes, you're a slave. Let's not do that now. So the Nigerian constitution.
You spot the difference now?
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma, they match am, they go.
What? You driving the officer of the law? You're under arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrested me yesterday. That yesterday, I could do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too, make you do waiting they right. For we country to better, it is for we hand. If you like, do like say you know hear am. To give or to take bribe, now offense.
No, I don't hear am, Abi. You hear am too, Abi. you hear am. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. Now the voice of the people. Now him bring this message given now. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Every child deserves to be happy. Every child deserves to laugh. Years after Nigeria adopted international prohibitions on child labor into law, millions of children in the country are still engaged in child labor activities. The International Labour Organization estimates that about 25% of Nigeria's 80 million children under the age of 14 are now in the workforce. Every child deserves a childhood. Let us all rise in every hood to give every child, regardless creed, belief, or tribe, a pleasant childhood filled with laughter. This message is brought to you by the voice of the people. Today 95.1 FM.
Every day, we hear reports about counterfeit products, stories of fake drugs, food, expired goods and other consumables being manufactured, imported and sold to unsuspecting members of the public. Findings reveal that Africa records at least 100,000 deaths from fake drugs-related ailments yearly. These fake and substandard products, particularly drugs, have been considered a global threat to human lives. And despite efforts by authorized agencies in Nigeria to combat the menace, the Nigerian market remains flooded with different unwholesome products. This is a plea to all those who manufacture and sell these goods to desist. Stop this menace of counterfeit products. Let's place value on human lives. And should you have purchased a counterfeit product or unsatisfied with the product, please contact SON or Consumer Protection Agency. This message is powered by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Fire incidents have become a regular occurrence, with thousands of lives and millions of properties lost every year in this country. Hardly a day passes without news of a fire outbreak in some part of the country, causing fear and panic among the people. Needless to say, we need to remind ourselves of the possibility of an outbreak at any time. This is what is likely to prevent us from being taken by surprise. Always put off appliances when not in use. Do not overload electrical sockets. Fuel your generator before, not when in use. Avoid fixing electrical faults personally when you apparently do not have the skill. Keep the candle on a candle stand.
It takes only a minute for a fire to get out of hand. In case of a fire outbreak, please call the fire service hotline 070-315-221-99. This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM, Pataket, voice of the people. Hello. I'm actually looking for a place where I can do very good jingles. And call this number. What about a place where, like a comfortable place where I can record and produce my programs? Call this number. Sorry, this one is actually very important to me. I'm also looking for a good radio station where I can place my adverts. This one is actually very important to me.
This number.
This number.
Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
0818 389 2850. 0818 389 2850.
They're saying that the explanation given by the military was not enough to say that he saved up to buy those houses or to buy. Let me just quickly get your thoughts here so that we throw that into the opinion program. I think I have a picture of what Fayose looked like on that day and what he was saying from that caption. It's not just giving him a certificate. We must see the
consequential order must be obeyed first, as to even those who have not attended law class. Now you want that place is that place.
This is where it comes.
So why don't we start that first? You have that angle open now. Nothing is holding you from doing that now.
You look at it and make sure and understand that restructuring is what Nigeria needs.
Today's quest from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Catch Annie on this frequency, Monday to Friday.
That is absolutely their position. Respect the law. Now the question will be which law?
Today's quest, a show way
Because he hasn't really done anything here.
Yes,
because both parties are contesting.
NigerLoaded.com.
Bijo Bakiya, Nejajo, Oluwa Efuji Longo. Níṣẹ́ náà ọmọ Àyìndé wá sí ìwòsàn fún wọn. Wọ́n tún mọ, wọ́n kò lè. Níṣẹ́ náà ọmọ Àyìndé wá sí ìwòsàn fún wọn. Wọ́n tún mọ, wọ́n kò lè. Come on, Luke. 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 Okay, Luke. Ọ̀rọ̀ yìí wá ní sáyé tuntun sí o. Ẹ̀sìn burúkú ìjọ lẹ́sẹ̀ ìdílé ló ń lọ. Ó ti sáyé tuntun sí o. Ẹ̀sìn burúkú ìjọ lẹ́sẹ̀ ìdílé ló ń lọ. Ó ti sáyé tuntun sí o. Ẹ̀sìn burúkú ìjọ lẹ́sẹ̀ ìdílé ló ń lọ. Máa wo mi o, máa wo mi, 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 máa wo mi o. Máa wo mi o, ìgbà tó dẹ́kun ló mẹ́yọ, tó dẹ́kun ló mẹ́yọ, tó dẹ́kun ló mẹ́yọ. Ọ̀rọ̀ yìí wá di sálímù tó ṣì o. Ẹ̀sìn burúkú ìjọ lẹ́sẹ̀ ilé tó lọ.
1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Different kind of song, right? But I mean, I like the song just maybe because of the hook there. Come on, Luke. That part just gets. Look at what? Come on, Luke. Like, can't you see me having so much fun? Come on, Luke. And I felt that way yesterday with everybody who was having their Valentines. It just seemed as if they were putting up pictures and like, come on, Luke. What are you doing there? Having a boring Valentine. Come on, Luke. What are you doing there? Not having fun. Come on, Luke. Look how many roses I got. Come on, Luke. Look all the amazing gifts I got. Come on, Luke. I'm like, okay. I think, and for some reasons, the network went bad yesterday. So I was like, somebody in heaven is listening to our prayers and answering them. So, okay, network was shitty. We couldn't access a lot. Like, good, fine. So I don't know what's going on. I'm not gonna, come on, look. Because I can't look. But Wasil Aide Marshall there with that song, Mawomi. Come on, Luke. Mawomi. I don't know what it means. Mawomi. I mean myself, right? In Yoruba, me. Owomi. Mawomi. Always money. Mawomi. Who has an idea what it means? Mawomi? If you knew, please send it to me. Simply send it via WhatsApp. WhatsApp number 07019339962. Mawomi. Come on, Luke. But then, I remember Fuji, those days of Shino Peters and who was the other guy? Ayinde Marshall, Shino Peters. This is the guy. I forget his name anyways. But those were the days of Fuji music. Na 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 na. Okay, that's Afro Juju. Afro Juju. The difference is clear. Ta na 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 na. Dun 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 dun. Well, good to have you here. Welcome to the show today, 95.1 FM. I am your morning host, your morning breakfast show host. My name is Annie Absalam. Good to have you all. So let's get on with it, shall we now? We'll be checking out the papers. But before we get into the papers, let me just quickly remind you, yesterday I was supposed to get a winner on my show that will have enjoyed a hotel facility yesterday. You know, you'll have been driven to that sport. Just had a lovely evening where you and your partner could retire for the evening. But I didn't get to do that yesterday, and I thought, okay, fine. And I pleaded with management and said, let me do it this morning. Somebody somewhere, you know how things happen. So you didn't get lucky yesterday. Today, you didn't get flowers yesterday. Maybe today you might just say, look, I didn't get to show this person that I truly appreciate them and I want to show them that I love them extra. You might just be the person that'll win it today. And courtesy Today 95.1 FM and our partners, you will be enjoying that. So it's simple. It's already up on our Facebook page, Today 95.1 FM. You need to go onto that page. If you've never been to that page, today might just be the day you should. Today 95.1 FM on Facebook. Then you need to put up a picture of you and your partner together, right? You and your partner together. There's a picture you and your partner are in together. And then tell us your love story. Tell us whatever it is that you think you need to tell us about both of you. And anybody whose picture gets the most likes, that person deserves to have what we're offering this day. Okay? So it don't matter if it's post-Valentine. It's just one day post-Valentine. So hang in there. We'll still be able to make something out of nothing for you. We can do some magic, some razzmatazz, and make sure that things pop your way for you. So head on to Today 95.1 FM on Facebook, Today 95.1 FM on Facebook, and then put up a picture under the post. There's a post there. Under that post, in the comment section, put up a picture of you and your spouse, you and your partner, and tell us your love story. And everybody else can go ahead and like as much as they want. And by the time I'm wrapping up my show, the post with or the comment with the most likes gets to win. It's as simple as that. So it's out of my hands now. It's in your hands. You determine who gets to enjoy this luxurious treatment this night. All right, so it's not me. Don't put it on me, baby. Don't put it on me. It's not my fault. It's what's in this, me. I still ask, please, before I get to the papers, which is also on Facebook, I asked somebody to tell me the meaning of me. Come on, look. Me. All right. Annie, inakwana, bonjour, ekaro. Me means have a look at me. Oh, Valentine. I knew it. Me. I knew that me was like Yoruba is me. Me is me. Me. Yeah, I should have known that. Me, look at me. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much. Me. Truly should have known that. Thank you so much for sharing that with me. Is your name Valentine, or are you calling me Valentine? Which one? Let me know what I should be happy. But thank you anyways for letting me know what the meaning of me is. Thank you. All right, so let's get on to it now. Like I said, it's on our Facebook page. The papers are up on our Facebook page, and the post for you to win the hotel room tonight is also on our Facebook page. It's all there. Head on there. So this is the first story that we've got on our page today. Let me just head on there. So we've got from the newspaper review segment, no need extending deadline for old notes. This is coming from CBN. No need extending deadline for old notes, CBN. Pools, we oppose interim national government. Afenifere, they're speaking. We oppose interim national government. Afenifere. Court to hear final forfeiture case in Patience Jonathan's $5.8 million and 2.4 billion naira in March 28th. Court to hear final forfeiture case in Patience Jonathan's $5.8 million and 2.4 billion naira, March 28. No region should be allowed to scuttle pools. This is coming from the Northern Elders Forum. No region should be allowed to scuttle pools, Northern Elders Forum. Money swap, Buhari demarketing APC, also from the Northern Elders Forum spokesman. Money swap, Buhari demarketing APC. NEF spokesman speaking there. Stop selling Naira or risk imprisonment, CBN warns. Stop selling Naira or risk imprisonment, CBN warns. Naira crisis worsens, Emefiele justifies redesign. Naira crisis worsens, Emefiele justifies redesign. U-turn, INEC to keep sensitive election materials with CBN. U-turn, INEC to keep sensitive election materials with CBN. Elections, why INEC boss must be an activist. Show already explaining. Elections, why INEC boss must be an activist. Show already. Expulsion, Nnamani sues PDP. IU restates backing Tinubu. Expulsion, Nnamani sues PDP. IU restates backing Tinubu. Provoking Section 305 of the Constitution. That's what is in the Punch today. Provoking Section 305 of the Constitution. And Naira crisis, perishable goods, traders lose millions, customers cash strapped. Naira crisis, perishable goods, traders lose millions as customers are cash strapped. And then to this day newspaper, we've got presidency, federal government, CBN to take position on currency swap after Supreme Court determination today. Presidency, federal government, CBN to take position on currency swap after Supreme Court determination today. Buhari hails party on appointment as Gavi CEO. Buhari hails party on appointment as Gavi CEO. And then we also have in this day newspaper, Buhari appeals to UAE president to lift visa ban on Nigerians. Buhari appeals to UAE president to lift visa ban on Nigerians. And then we have here a caption that reads, the politics of cash. the politics of cash, and G5 political rascality against Atiku. That's also in this day newspaper. G5 political rascality against Atiku. How IPOB can turn things around for the Southeast. The story is in this day newspaper. How IPOB can turn things around for the Southeast. And banks risk run-on as citizens await Supreme Court's intervention. The Guardian newspaper has that bit. Banks risk run-on as citizens await Supreme Court's intervention. $560 million stock fund foreign airlines ditch Naira travel agencies as crisis worsens. $560 million stock funds foreign airlines ditch Naira travel agencies as crisis worsens. Buhari bags traditional title in Imo, inaugurates road projects. You find out in the Guardian newspaper. Buhari bags traditional title in Imo, inaugurates road projects. Troops kill 8 Boko Haram suspects in Borno, hunters kill 2. Troops kill 8 Boko Haram suspects while Borno hunters kill 2. Resident doctors defer strike, say 50% of demands met by federal government. That's a good one. Resident doctors defer strike, say 50% of demands met by federal government. And then also in the Guardian newspaper, Bauer not defying court, says EFCC, as over 10 CSOs, 100, I beg your pardon, as over 100 CSOs petition National Assembly. Bauer not defying court, says EFCC, as over 100 CSOs petition National Assembly. And then you've got Atiku restates pledge to accommodate Southeast in ruling Nigeria. Atiku restates pledge to accommodate Southeast in ruling Nigeria. So let's start up from the top. Now we'll make our way to the bottom. No need extending deadline for old note CBN. Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, yesterday told the diplomatic corps that an extension of the February 10th deadline for the circulation of the redesigned 200, 500 and 1,000 notes was not necessary. He spoke at the meeting on the redesigned Naira policy held at the headquarters of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Abuja. Emefiele spoke on a day governors of Kano, Ogun States, Abdullahi Ganduje and Dapo Abiodun respectively threatened to shut down banks in their states if they continue to reject the old Naira notes. However, the CBN governor noted the challenges posed by the policy, but assured that it will be brief, since his team was working assiduously to address the issues it had thrown up, including the availability of the new notes. He blamed the scarcity of the new notes on activities of some unscrupulous bankers and members of the society who are trying to sabotage the policy, warning that such people will be sanctioned along with point-of-sale operators, imposing heavy charges on customers. The CBN said POS agents who are supposed to help are getting involved in these activities. We have EFCC, ICPC, working with our monitoring team to arrest any POS agent that charges any fee, because we have made it clear that whatever is their fee, which is not meant to be more than 200 naira for any amount you exchange, that we CBN will pay as part of our efforts to lessen the burden of this problem. Some POS operators charge as much as 20 to 30% of the amount customers withdraw in new notes. He noted that some powerful public figures are trying to exaggerate the inconveniences arising from the policy, but said there is no justification to create undue panic in the society. According to the CBN boss, the tension and elevated agitation are by our leaders, who should be calming frayed nerves of the citizens. We believe the large proportion of these agitations are staged and they are sponsored propaganda or an exaggeration of the reality. As he's saying this, I'm just thinking of people like Tinubu and Erufai, who have continued to make what he claims a mountain out of this molehill. And, you know, funny enough, they all belong to the same party, because, I mean, we're all here in Nigeria when Emefiele bought a ticket under the APC, then to run as president under that. So we all know he's an APC member. I mean, it's shocking that within the APC, they seem to be throwing daggers at themselves in the manner they're doing. But let's get to the substance of the issue here. Emefiele speaks on how this is just going to be temporary, that he understands there is some pain and discomfort, but it's going to be brief. Nigerians should just suck it in and hold on.
He says his team is working on it assiduously. We've been hearing that for a while now, and it doesn't or it doesn't feel like this assiduousness is actually working, because I think yesterday in I don't know where, it's Songo somewhere, I think it was pretty much chaos. The people poured on the streets, were burning tires, denying people access, because they were frustrated. The banks will not give them funds. It was their monies, it was in the banks, and the banks didn't have new Naira notes to give them. In the case where some said, even give us the old Naira notes, at least the 100 Naira notes, it wasn't available. In the cases where some of it was available, it was in tatters, hardly anything you want to touch. It was the type of money you knew was supposed to be meant for condemnation. We found ourselves here really in a very hard fix. I don't know how Emefiele believes that what's going on is just a figment of the imagination of a few political people or stalwarts who just want to make a mountain out of a molehill, when in actuality, there are millions of Nigerians who are suffering from this policy. Manuel, good morning.
Good morning, Annie. Good morning, Nigeria. I must say that what we often hear, that President Buhari may not understand what is going on in Aso Rock. Actually, the person I find out that is not understanding what is going on in the central bank is Emefiele. He's just a figurehead there. If he knows exactly what is happening in the central bank, they cannot be telling us that he has printed a big amount of redesigned Naira notes. They have resigned them and then sent to banks. Where are they? And if you now take all that you have as old Naira notes, take them to the banks, now request, let them even give you half. You won't get it from there. So where are the new notes? And across the nation is happening in that way. Forget about saboteurs. Truly, let's say among 12, there must be a Judas. Now, let us agree that there are some people who are saboteurs who are selling these new Naira notes. It's not all of them now. Unless somebody is making us to lose faith and confidence in the bankers. If not, then some people are doing this. But at least the greater chunk of the new Naira notes must be in the banks. But you can't get it anywhere. Now, Emefiele is telling you endure. Perhaps because he is not hungry. He doesn't know what hunger does to a man. You try everything you are doing. Look at the stomach, the belly, where this thing gets into, the food that keeps you alive. Because God is not a fool in making humans to be eating. And you don't have money, you won't eat. If you go and pick somebody's thing, he can cry that you have stolen it, and then you could be pelted to death with stones or whatever they will use. Now, Emefiele is telling you endure for how long? This thing was built to stop by, I think, January 31st. It was extended to 10th. And then people normally did what they have to do, the legal work. They took it to the Supreme Court, whether governors or whoever, is not the issue. But the Supreme Court looked at that and extended it for 5 days, which is ending today. Now, I'm hearing Emefiele said it's unnecessary to have extended it. Meanwhile, you've not made effort to provide. Annie, even if you say we put 1 billion, the old ones returned just 1 billion naira. And then you make sure that at least you put 900 million. The newly designed, I said, gradually we'll make up to that number you've brought, amount you've brought. Nigerians will understand that. But this one, whoever goes there, except those people who can even flip their fingers and it will be brought to them. Where are the newly designed Naira telling people to perpetually endure? And you don't understand what it means. People can't pay whatever bills because they don't have, and you are rejecting. Today I hear that even taxi drivers, some of them are rejecting the old Naira. Yes. So how is anybody going to live in this country if these things go around that way? And Emefiele is in Abuja, in a cozy office. Maybe from his office, he gets into his car, which is also fully air-conditioned. And he gets some...
Do you have a problem with air conditioning?
No. See, and what I'm saying is, one has to be considerate of the other person.
But I mean, as much as I want to think there's a lot of Nigerians who are suffering
over this. Again, I think that there's some truth with what Emefiele is saying, that this will definitely pass over.
It will now, but we are saying the
casualty,
it will wreck.
The casualty is there, I understand, but then the way we make it look as if we can't
World
eat.
War came and passed.
That we can't eat. We're making too much of an issue over the act of eating. Do you know people can actually stay 5 days without eating?
Oh, and it has come. Oh, you see,
5
biologically.
5. I'm not even saying you should go all the way there. Now. Don't kill them. You can stay 5 days.
You see, my friend here. I don't want to mention his name.
Water is the one that you actually do need more often than you need food. But because the mouth and the taste buds and your brain is wired for that sort of how will I call it, reaction, maybe, to emit certain chemicals that make you feel satisfied when you eat, and then you feel good, and that's what we're chasing when we eat. But actually, when it comes to food,
good, Annie, even if it's 21 days, my friend,
I'm not going with it. I'm just saying 5 days. I'm just saying, Emmanuel, I'm not asking anybody to go on the stretch of 5 days. I'm just saying, on the side, we're making so much of an issue over the act of eating.
Because a man that works hard should be using his money for whatever he plans for it.
Yes, but if at the moment you can't eat the way you want to eat, then survive. Hold on to when you can.
You see, Annie, people said that, you see, a cow that has many kids, or calves, I think that's what they call the goods, that feed on his breast, that it needs to be eating. Now, there's you see, some people in their family have a lot of way they push their money, and if they don't, activities stop in that family. Now you wake up, the father may decide, let me go with this 500 for 5 days. But what about the children? What about the businesses? And this business, government is not coming to help you in any of them. You are going down. In the end, Emefiele climbs to heaven, and you stay on the ground. I think government should look into this and know what to do.
All right, Emmanuel, what are your thoughts there? Let's move on now to our guest, Dr. Obidima, JP, journalist and international affairs analyst, who's saying you can actually not eat for 21 days. Good to have you on the show. Good to have you on the show. I don't understand. I should not be excited.
No, forget about our excitement. 10 days, have you tried it?
Mahomi, this is what is making me excited.
Annie, you see, personally, I stand with CBN and federal government on this Naira redesign. And I've discovered a lot of elite conspiracy in this Naira redesign, especially the political class. The reason is just self-serving. I'm a social scientist. I did some checks, and also a kind of practice it. I didn't know that before now. I didn't know that one can transfer money less than 1,000 naira. They can transfer as little as 400.
You can transfer any amount.
Yes, I didn't know. I thought it's 1,000 and above. So I ate this morning as I was coming. I ate. And the woman said, look, I don't know old note and all those things. I said, what do I do now? He said, I should transfer for 400. I said, yes. I transferred. Yesterday evening, I want to buy him from this aboki that go with the wheelbarrow.
Yeah.
I said, aboki, this one, he said, okay, he can transfer. I was shocked. I said, look at this aboki, and we say market women. We feel we are educated more than them. The thing is that we are not informed. You could be educated, but they are not informed. But these people, they always with their hands listen to Hausa news and all those things, and they are prepared. It's not affecting their business, and we're here crying wolf where there's none. India did this without even time limit. In other words, they just came. The Prime Minister announced that 1,000 rupees and the 500 rupees ceases to be a legal tender. And It happened that way. They did not give the kind of 100 days they gave us here. Even if, and this cashless policy have been there for the past 10 years. Nigerians want to see a situation where they must be under pressure before they comply to anything that is good. It's good that CBN, federal government, are standing on their feet on this issue. And I was coming here. Yes, people are stranded on this thing. I said, because the taxi drivers said they are not collecting this in old note. I said, look, people should go and open account. So people will be doing transfer. One man said yes, that they were coming from a Boeing state yesterday. They did transfer. So this thing should force people to go and open accounts. The issue of we are suffering. Yes, good things sometimes, before you judge good things, there must be pain. I believe that we should not swallow the bait of the political class that want to buy vote and begin to look down and discountenance the good aspect of this policy. And sure that today, Supreme Court will not do much today. Because the expert order expires today. All they will now go is into hearing the substantive matter. You know?
And they will determine whether they have
jurisdiction or not.
And they're going to find out they don't.
Exactly. So the point there is that we should be prepared.
We've already concluded that they're going to find out that they don't have jurisdiction.
But even if they want jurisdiction, Dr. Bidiba could remove it.
So, and you see, it's not actually one person that is feeling it. But I see a very good economic benefit for the nation in this policy. If you extend this thing in the next to January 2024, we still face the same situation. People will go and relax, until a few days of that time, they begin to shout this and that. There's what we call thematic fading of prompt. There's an issue. When once it lingers, the best thing is to thematically deal with that, cut it off, so that you will now get rest, you get heat from that very problem. The problem, much as is in the hands of politicians, it's not in the hands of ordinary people. And if it's the money in the hands of ordinary people.
Yeah, but we're saying here it's in the hands of police. We agree. It's not in your hands, it's not in mine. But it's you and I who are suffering. Well, that's what we're saying. And we're saying because you're targeting a 1%, you've put the 99% undue.
And you see, the suffering is this. That's what the elite conspiracy.
Right.
They have been resisting this policy and collaborating with them.
I agree with you, but we're saying as a smart working government, shouldn't you find ways to alleviate the pains for your people? You can't say because I insist this policy must work in this sole manner as I've put it, and then these people are trying to truncate it. I don't care much what's going to happen to the 99% of you.
It's from the beginning of this policy. The center bank made it clear. They issued the instructions how it will go, and the deadline, and you should return your money. So amount must not be withdrawn at the same time. All these things were done, and they said they created about 30,000 points.
But remember, initially too, when banks were speaking on this, they said the central bank was not releasing the amounts. They said they were releasing.
But those money, the bank managers they arrested that were holding this money.
I agree. Later on, there were some who were holding.
Exactly.
But initially, to when they said they were giving them
that
30,
even the people that this new money was getting into their hand were also not using it for transaction. It's like a new baby. It don't want to tamper with. So the money was not circulating. It cannot use to buy something.
Enough. If you don't use,
no. It's not having enough. If you are spending what you have, it will be circulating and running. But whatever it is, I love the statement the CBN made yesterday. It has come to stay. So let us also creatively know how we get out of it. Let banks continue to receive the old Naira notes if it cannot be used for transactions.
No,
so that with time, this thing, let us do more of. I ate this morning. I transferred.
All right.
So if I go and buy onion now, I can transfer.
Before I move on to the next story, I saw this post, this comment, and I felt like I needed to take it. It says, Annie, I'm very disappointed in you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What do I need to do to make you appointed? He says, how can you sit in your studio and trivialize the stressful situation Nigerians are presently undergoing? How can you say that human beings can't stay without food for 5 days? That we're making too much noise about lack of food? That's totally unconscionable. Okpon Kitty, Elelengo, you sent that in. I don't think you truly understood what I was... As I was speaking to Emmanuel, I said, aside the issue going on, do you know that human beings can stay? It was just an outside the argument. Mm-hmm. I was trying to tell you how the human body can endure or go through without food. I am not asking people who are going through these problems to go ahead and stay for 5 days. And I repeated that. I did say so. I'm not saying this so that people can go ahead and stay 5 days without food. I am not your maker. I did not create you before I say don't stay without, you go ahead and stay without food for 5 days. I was just telling you how the human body works. And I said because the system is already acclimatized to eating food, releasing certain chemicals, that you feel hunger pains because your body wants to release those chemicals as per the meals that you eat. But if it's in the true workings of your body, it can do without that food. You've stored up fat in your body already all these years. The fat goes to work. If there's nothing, it burns that, uses it as energy. But, our brain has... I was just talking about the human body and its biology and how it works. Has nothing to do with Emefiele's policies and what we have to do. So please, I think you took me out of context. But then, again, I do believe that there's so many of us who are not looking at other possible solutions. And that's what I'm excited that Dr. Obidima mentioned. It's the same thing too with the sellers. It's the same thing with some of us, the buyers. Some of these transactions we're doing, we can actually go ahead and do it online. We can do that transaction online. Even to the small figures, the small amounts, these things can be done. But no, we insist that we have Naira notes to spend, else we're doomed. If there's a policy that says we must, I think that we must also agree that sometimes we take forever before we apply some of these policies. I think when CBN made this issue was in September or October, Emmanuel. When they first came out with it, and I said by December the new notes will be out.
It was October.
By October, we should have started looking for ways. Okay, look, if this currency is out of the system, what other ways can I trade? What other ways can I do what I need to do? But we will wait, just like how we did when it got to the issue of BVN. Just like how we did when it got to the issue of NIN.
The last
day. Just the same way we did when it got to the issue of NIN. We wait till the very last moment and then we get this sort of chaos. But I'm also on the side of people who say, look, the chaos is here already. Whether it was the people who caused it for themselves, we need to see that there is a humane approach to this. So whether CBN needs to, I don't think that CBN will say, look, okay, we're rescinding the policy. I think we've already gone too far now for CBN to rescind the policy. It's going to be defeatist. Whatever they intended to do, they didn't. And then people have already suffered. What I think is that they must intensify all efforts and do so honorably by making sure these funds get to the people. If you need to have the printers working day and night, printing out money and mopping just as much out of the system and printing the same amount and putting it out there, then you need to do so. If the printing has to be on the 100 Naira notes, well, please wipe away all the 100 Naira notes you have and put out new 100 Naira notes and put it out there quickly so people can have access to it. I think that CBN also overlooked certain things when they came up with this policy, and it's quite unfortunate where we found ourselves. So,
the person that is so disappointed in
I think he's appointed now.
5 days. I mean, we should go and look for a way to remove all things like machete, in fact, any harmful object from the side it is, because Dr.
Obidima said 21 days.
21
Biologically,
Yes, biologically.
Stay for 31 days before dying process will start without food.
All right. Okay. Let's get on to another story.
Then you have this here. It says, we oppose interim national government, Afenifere. The Pan Yoruba Social Political Organization on Tuesday urged President Muhammadu Buhari to resist any temptation to foist an interim national government in Nigerians. And Afenifere, in a statement by its National Public Secretary, Mr. Jari Ajayi, said the last call was necessitated by a disclosure by Governor Nasser El-Rufai of Kaduna State that some elements within the presidency were scheming to have the president foist an interim government on Nigerians. Governor El-Rufai had on Channels Television Sunrise Daily program alleged that some elements in the presidency are using the lingering fuel in naira scarcity to frustrate the conduct of the elections because their preferred candidate is not in the race. Afenifere said, we're making this call because of the sacrifice we, along with many other Nigerians, dead and alive, have made to ensure that we have a civil rule. We are happy that we've had about 24 years of civil rule and 6 transitions between one civilian administration to another since 1999. There is no doubt that we can have a better administration and that we are desirous of having a change, but that change must be through democratic means as enshrined in our constitution. It is in this respect that anything could prompt a change of government through any other means is unacceptable. Well, a lot of people are hinging their positions on what El-Rufai has said. El-Rufai has continually spoken about some elements within Aso Rock who, are putting up this situation because, well, they're still licking their wounds that they lost out from the primaries and their preferred candidate didn't make it in as the flank bearer for the party.
Annie, I don't know why anybody should be thinking about interim government. I just don't know.
That's what El-Rufai says.
Well, El-Rufai, when a man is going for anything very important and then the rules are just very much not open for you, and then you make every effort to go through that road, you see dangerous animals there with their teeth and all that wide open. If you go, they will eat you completely. So you must go back. El-Rufai is just talking like, his own candidate emerged. So he's not among those that are annoyed because their candidate emerged. Now he wants his candidate by all means to stay there, compete, and then perhaps win. Because I'm not sure anybody will be looking for anything short of a win. Now, El-Rufai could be talking in that way, but I tell you, I don't think any Nigerian will wish an interim administration to be set up in this nation. For what? Is it that Nigeria can't hold elections? They've been holding elections after Abacha's era, where interim government was even forced out.
Exactly.
So, I think Afenifere is not alone on this. There are a lot of people who do not also want interim administration, and I don't think anybody will force any. President Buhari has never given any hint, except otherwise, as they are saying, he doesn't know what is going on. But I believe he's the commander-in-chief. He knows everything that is going on. Anyone he doesn't understand, he asks questions and they'll brief him on that. And once he keeps quiet, he understands and gives a nod. That is the way it goes in any human relationship. The head may not know exactly all that is happening immediately, but will be briefed later on. And if he doesn't, he will now take actions, appropriate ones, to make sure that things are changed.
All right. Okay, Manuel. I've got your thoughts there. Dr. Obidima, you've got a couple of minutes. Let me allow you time to say something.
I think El-Rufai is one of the political leaders that of recent, he talks before he thinks. I don't know why he creates the kind of made the kind of statement that is quite inciting. Even in this naira policy, in fact, it's his internal political problem he should not bring on Nigerians. If he has his own political interest to protect within his party, and there are other gladiators within the party that are also pushing for their own interests, he should not raise it to the position of creating national confusion. That is just allegation. That is unfounded. Even if the idea of an international government should be rejected by the idea should be rejected by
all,
everybody,
by all
Nigerians, because any attempt to do that will create crisis in this country. Because we're already it's a tense situation we are facing in this country. People are highly inflamed, And any kind of spark will create the kind of conflagration that will be very difficult to extinguish. So the point there I'm making is that people like El-Rufai should all guide their authorities. He has behaved recently as if he's the president of the country, directing people that they should not bother about the Naira design. They should continue to use the old note, even in the next 4 years when they take over and all those things. It's like his interest is being threatened within the party. So if his interest is threatened within the party, he should know that he also allowed his own interests to affect other interests when the primary was going on. He was the one, few of them that led other governors of the northern region to Bugari to ensure that his preferred candidate did not even emerge, and that they are going to take it to the south because they were all working with the Tinubu. So I don't want to take El-Rufai's statement serious, in as much as we are not looking towards any interim government.
All right, we'll take a break here for the news update. When we return, we'll continue with the papers. Don't forget, also on our Facebook page, we have something for the lovers out there. We want to treat one lucky couple to an amazing evening. We're asking for your love story and a picture, and the post with the most likes gets to win that package this evening. So head on to our Facebook page, Today 95.1 FM, and when we return, we'll be taking a look at that. Stay with us.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello and good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Annie Abdul Salam. The African Union Commission has announced that it will be sending a 90-strong observer mission to Nigeria for this month's elections. The African Union Election Observation Mission is being headed by former Kenyan President Uhuru Kenyatta, who helped broker a deal to end 2 years of war in northern Ethiopia and is mediating in the conflict in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The AU said the objectives of the mission were to provide an accurate and impartial assessment of the electoral process, offer recommendations for any improvement in future polls, and to demonstrate AU support towards consolidation of democracy, peace, stability, and development in Nigeria. Nearly 100 million people are expected to vote to choose a successor to President Muhammadu Buhari, who steps down after 2 terms. The National Universities Commission has disclosed its plans to cede at least 70% of its regulatory powers to determine curriculum contents of universities in Nigeria. The Executive Secretary of the NUC, Professor Abubakar Rashid, said that with the re-engineering of university education in Nigeria, each university management will be free to establish their course content or curriculum exclusively, while NUC might just contribute 30% from the center. The NUC boss, who said the decision became necessary in order to devolve powers among the universities, explained that it is not mandatory that all universities in the country must have the same curriculum, as individual universities might have their own peculiarities. Rashid also hinted that the need to create graduates suited to contemporary jobs necessitated the idea of allowing synods of universities have some leverage in setting their own course content. One Edmond Tom George has raised alarm over an alleged threat to his life by one Chijoke, who is currently in the custody of the police over allegations bordering on rape of an underage girl. Tom George, who spoke with Today FM, claimed that he intervened in the matter and involved the family of the girl, who he said are trying to sweep the case under the carpet. He explained that Chijoke, who is married to the auntie of the underage girl is in question before his arrest, threatened him to drop the case. He further called on the commissioner of the police to intervene. And then to the foreign scene, Indian tax authorities have raided offices of the British Broadcasting Corporation in the country following a documentary that examined Prime Minister Narendra Modi's role in the 2002 anti-Muslim riots. In a tweet, the BBC News Department's press office said the tax authorities raided its offices in New Delhi and Mumbai. Reports revealed that employees' laptops and mobile phones were seized, while staff present as at that time of the raid were not allowed to leave, and employees scheduled for night shifts were told not to come in pending further directives. And that was a news update on Today 95.1 FM. Ensure you take advantage of this coming election to elect the leaders of your choice. To have a great morning, I am Annie Abdusalam. Thank you for listening.
It's never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
The answer for better Nigeria.
The APC Presidential Campaign Council and the Tinubu Shetima Grassroots Independent Campaign Council, River State, heartily welcome His Excellency Senator Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, presidential candidate of the APC, his running mate Senator Kashim Shetima, the APC National Chairman Abdullahi Adamu, National Party officers, National Assembly members, and APC members nationwide to the APC Presidential Campaign Mega Rally in River State. Date 15th of February 2023. Venue, the Yakubu Gowon Stadium, Elekoya, Port Harcourt, River State. Time, 10 a.m. We call on all well-meaning Rivers people to turn out en masse as we give a rousing welcome to the Jagaban of Africa, the man who God has sent to take Nigeria to the promised land. Welcome His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, APC Progress. Barrister Forgiving Amakri, Chairman, Media and Publicity, Subcommittee for Local Organizing Committee. Announcers.
The general public is hereby notified that the University of Port Harcourt River State will publicly be auctioning unserviceable vehicles, generators, machines, and other office and household items etc., which will take place at the university premises, Choba Community, and its liaison offices at Lagos and Abuja through the university-appointed auctioneers. Inspection of the items at their various locations can be carried out by interested buyers between the hours of 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. every working day before the date of the auction. Note, the highest bidder shall be the purchaser at the fall of the auctioneer's hammer. For more details, please contact Uniport Auctioneers, A.A. Galadima and Anthony O. Ehoteme at Plot 12, East West Road, Rumokurushi, Port Harcourt, or call the numbers 0803-310-2774 and 0905-455-8943.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Welcome to this live transforming online business education program on radio, where we have the latest information on the benefits of e-business. As we go into this new year, I'm sure most of us are looking at the correct and specific action steps to take to secure our finances. If you have these questions in mind and you need answers, then you're at the right place. Rally Academy on Radio is a program with an ultimate goal to equip anyone in search of a genuine opportunity to create a new stream of income or add to their current stream or streams of income. Rally Academy is a reputable organization that offers educational services in online businesses and financial education. Well, in the studio with me today to answer all the questions you have about making your finances better in 2023 is an e-trader and an online entrepreneur with Rally Academy. He was trained at the London Business School, the London School of Business and Finance, as well as the London Academy of Trading. He has certification in technical analysis from Cyprus. He has gathered over 13 years of experience in financial trading and technical analysis. He is a man who understands this trade. It's my pleasure to introduce my guest. He's no other than Michael Akinwale. Michael, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Lekon. Beautiful day to be in the studio, and I can tell you it's going to be a beautiful time.
Now let's get to the matter. In this episode, we'll be looking at why has it become extremely critical to be online. Before we get into that, we had a conversation before we got into the studio, and you said something like the location of a business, which used to be very critical to the success of a business, has changed. What exactly do you mean by that?
Okay, you see, when you're starting a business in those days, one of the first things they look at is location. Why? Because the location of a business sometimes determines the success of the business. Now, even though the location is still critical, the problem right now is that location is no longer a physical space. You know, the location of a business right now is on the online space. If the business is not in the online space, that business will soon be out of business, which is why several years ago, Bill Gates wrote it that if a business is not on the internet, it's out of business. So the location right now that's critical for business is that the business must be online. If it's not online, it's a dead business on arrival.
Wow. So why has it become critical to be online?
Yes, so I can tell you, it has become not just critical, extremely critical to be online. Take some of the criteria I just expanded. For instance, the global economy is not looking great. Take from Nigeria to several countries in the world, the economy is not looking great. I was in Istanbul 2 months ago, and people were complaining that there is a lot of inflation in Istanbul, in Turkey. So it's not just a Nigerian problem, it's a global problem. And because of that economic problem, you need to be online because that's where the future of our business is. And number two is the fact that money itself has moved online. Now, when you say money has moved online, how do you make such decision? It's the fact that the biggest companies in the world now are online. For instance, the biggest company in the world is Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Facebook. These are all 100% internet-based businesses, which lets you know that money itself has moved online.
All right, interesting. You've laid out reasons why it's critical for everyone to be online. How can one start? That's the key question now.
To start online is not a big deal. It's a very simple process. There are two ways that I think people should go about it. Number one is that, but whatever you're doing right now, find a way to create an online path for it. And secondly is the fact that there are several online businesses you can do. And I always recommend to start with the simple ones. For instance, you can start with e-commerce and e-trading.
Okay, e-commerce, e-trading. You mentioned those two and I picked them. Explain more about this, e-commerce and e-trading. How do they work?
Okay, if you check these two businesses, you notice they both have E. That word E means electronic or internet. So we have e-commerce and then we have e-trading. Now, the beauty of these two businesses is that they're both about buying and selling. Buying and selling. And you see, buying and selling is one of the oldest businesses on this planet. You buy a product at this price, sell it at a higher price, and you make a profit. So let me break them down into what they are. The e-commerce simply means buying and selling of tangible products. You see, tangible products. And you won't believe what people sell online now. You can even sell gari, you can sell palm oil, you can sell ewedu, all these things, they are online now. Then when it comes to e-trading is the online buying and selling of electronic or financial products. These products, you can't see them physically. They are not tangible. They are electronic, or we call them digital assets. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
They call digital assets. So for instance now, even Nigeria has what they call e-naira. Because the future of money is no longer the physical money, it's electronic money. Now, these electronic instruments, you can actually buy them and sell them online. And we have major three categories. We have currencies, commodities, and indices. All right? Commodities are things like gold, cocoa, aluminium, rubber, crude oil, and several of them. When you say currencies, you're looking at currencies of the world. Dollar, pounds, euros, all these currencies are traded online. And thirdly, you're looking at shares, which we call indices. Why? The shares of all the global companies, you can have access to them online now. So these are the major businesses I think people can start online. They're simple to start. And I can tell you, it can help you to make this year a great year.
Mike, this information is quite mind-blowing. For the sake of time, let's talk about e-trading as a case study. Can it be done as a full business?
Absolutely. E-trading is like every business in the world. You see, let me show you a case scenario of profitability. Let's take crude oil as a case study. Last year, crude oil rose from $30 per barrel to $85 per barrel. That's about $55 increase in the price of crude oil.
Okay.
Now, to us who are traders, that increase is not $55 only, it's 5,500 points. It's 5,500 points increase in the price of crude oil. Now, for a trader, for instance, who is trading at $10 per price movement of crude oil, that's a profit of about $55,000 in crude oil alone last year.
Okay.
Now, as a trader, you are not trading crude oil only. You are trading crude oil, you are trading gold, you are trading other commodities, you are trading currencies, you are trading indices. Just assume you are trading four things. Imagine what last year could be like for you. So basically, that's how e-trading works. Anybody can do it. It's something that gives your life high level of flexibility. And I can tell you, you need to start it right now.
Oh, you're a professional in this business. You've been in the business for a very long time.
Absolutely.
All right, great. The year just starting. People will want to take advantage of the opportunities in these businesses you have just explained. How can they start?
Well, it's quite simple. You see, if you want to learn to drive a car, for instance, the first thing you do is to go to driving school. If you want to do a business, you start by going for a training on how that business works. And that's why Nile Academy is here. Nile Academy is here to educate people about several online businesses. All right? And that's why we have a training which is called the Executive E-Business Foundation Training. The Executive E-Business Foundation Training. Just a 3-hour training on how you can start these businesses and start using them to change your financial status. All right. And at this training, we're going to be helping you to open your trading account and also your e-commerce account. We're going to be looking at how to buy, how to sell, commodities trading, indices trading, stocks trading. When is the best time to buy, best time to sell? All right. What are the things you will buy and selling? You're going to be looking at them at this training. And then when is the best time to buy or sell? All right. And then what are the tools and strategies that top traders in the world use in trading? We are in the age of technology, or we are in the age where software is dominating everything. And you understand that the better the software you have, the better your results will be. All right. So at this training also, we're going to be giving you softwares, all right, which you can only get at Today Academy, that can help you to start this business and succeed at them. And then we even have softwares that allows you to even sit back, do nothing, and the software trades for you. All these systems are available now to make money making a little bit easier as we go into the future. So these are the things we're going to be looking at this training. I can tell you, you can't afford to miss it.
Executive Business Foundation training, you called it.
Absolutely.
It sounded like a very power-packed package. How much does it cost to be a part of it?
Actually, you won't believe it, Lekon. This training is coming free for Nigerians. Rally Academy, with our global vision of educating about online business, we are bringing this training absolutely free to Nigerians. It costs you nothing, and I can tell you, you cannot afford not to be there. And you see, no matter who you are, you can come for this training. You don't want to be a computer literate or a computer guru. Even all you can use is your phone. You can be at this training, and you can be an employee, or a business executive, a businessman, an investor, retiree. Even if you're a housewife or a job seeker, or even a student, you can be at this event. It's free of charge, and I can tell you, the year is just started, and can help you to guarantee that this year come out very successful.
All right, absolutely free training for Nigerians, brought to you by Rally Academy.
Absolutely.
Michael, tell us the dates and venue of the training and how participants can register to attend.
The training will be taking place for 2 days right here in the city of Port Harcourt. And the date this conference is taking place is this week, Thursday 16th, and Friday the 17th of February 2023. I'm telling again, is this week, Thursday 16th, and Friday the 17th of February 2023. The time will be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. From 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So 3 hours of very, very life-changing time. The venue of the event on those 2 days will be at Landmark Hotel, number 4, Wolu Street, off Olebasanjo Way, D-Line, right here in the city of Port Harcourt. Let me tell that again, Landmark Hotel, number 4, Wolu Street, off Olebasanjo Road, D-Line, right here in Port Harcourt. Very popular place, I can tell you, you cannot miss it. It's very important that you register to be at this event, so we know you are coming and we can prepare for you. And to register is simple. Send an SMS to your phone number, then your seat will be reserved to be at this event. So take your phone right now. Let me show you how to register. If you want to register to attend on the first day, which is Thursday, the 16th of February 2023, send an SMS to the word PH1. PH is short for Port Harcourt, and the number to this phone number 091 6466 0000. Let me take that phone number again, 091 6466 0000. And you want to register for the second day, which is Friday, the 17th of February 2023. Send an SMS to the word PH2. PH is short for Port Harcourt, and the number 2 to the same phone number 091 6466 0000. Let me take that phone number again, 091 6466 0000. Thank you.
What else would participants benefit at this training?
Well, like our culture in Rally Academy, we believe education is powered by a law of long and lasting impression, which means after you come for our 3 hours training, you also need to get home to keep learning, which is why this training, we're going to be putting in your hand an educational DVD that contains trainings on e-trading and softwares that you can actually use to begin the business to succeed. So the first 100 people to register to attend this training, you're going to be going on with this educational DVD. So begin to register now to pick up your DVD at this training. Secondly is that this is year 2023 is a new year, and so Rally Academy is going to be giving out our 100% bonus. This 100% bonus is equal to at least 100,000 naira extra money added to people's capital for them to start this business of e-trading in this year 2023. So begin to register now, be at this training, pick up your DVD, come pick up your bonus, which is equals to at least 100,000 naira, and I can tell you we can make this year 2023 a very great year.
Loads of freebies going out this year by Rally Academy. All right, interested? Tell us again the dates, the venue, and the time of the training, and how participants can register to attend.
The training will be taking place for 2 days right here in the city of Port Harcourt. And the date this conference is taking place is this week, Thursday 16th, and Friday the 17th of February 2023. I'm telling again, is this week, Thursday 16th, and Friday the 17th of February 2023. The time will be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. From 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So 3 hours of very, very life-changing time. The venue of the event on those 2 days will be at Landmark Hotel, number 4, Wolu Street, off Olebasanjo Way, D-Line, right here in the city of Port Harcourt. Let me tell that again, Landmark Hotel, number 4, Wolu Street, off Olebasanjo Road, D-Line, right here in Port Harcourt. Very popular place, I can tell you, you cannot miss it. It's very important that you register to be at this event so we know you are coming and we can prepare for you. And to register is simple. Send an SMS to your phone number, then your seat will be reserved to be at this event. So take your phone right now. Let me show you how to register. If you want to register to attend on the first day, which is Thursday, the 16th of February 2023, send an SMS to the word PH1. PH is short for Port Harcourt, and the amount to this phone number 091 6466 0000. Let me take that phone number again, 091 6466 0000. And you want to register for the second day, which is Friday, the 17th of February 2023. Send an SMS to the word PH2. PH is short for Port Harcourt, and the number 2 to the same phone number 091 6466 0000. Let me take that phone number again, 091 6466 0000. Let me take that phone number again, 091 6466 0000. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Michael Akinwale, for coming on the program today.
Thank you so much.
But remember, you have to take a decision. This might be the ultimate decision for that financial freedom you've been searching for. Take it and be a part of this. Bye for now.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Wake up to today's quest.
Wake up.
All the news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Wake up to today's quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM from 6 to 11 a.m. weekdays. Fantastic.
This is Today FM. Developing News 95.1.
Our developing stories reaching our studios now. Sources contacted by Today FM tells us that the leader of the APC in Rivers State, former Minister of Transportation and one-time Governor of Rivers State, Right Honorable Rotimi Amici, will not be at the mega rally scheduled to hold today for the presidential candidate of the APC, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. No reasons was given for his absence. Yet again, developing stories. Sources contacted by Today FM tells us that the leader of the APC in Rivers State, former Minister of Transportation and one-time Governor of Rivers State, Right Honorable Rotimi Amici, will not be at the mega rally scheduled to hold today for the presidential candidate of the APC, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And yet again, no reasons was given for his absence. So we don't have he's not going to be in town. We don't have he's ill, nothing. He's not just going to be at the mega rally. Emmanuel, there's been a lot of should I say stories brewing underneath as to whether the former governor and one-time minister is supporting his party's candidate. I mean, in some quarters it is said that he's leaning towards supporting Atiku, and the fact that he's not going to be at this rally today just seems to give more credence to that his support is not behind Tinubu.
Well, that is speculation, but of course with his
by all
absence,
means speculate away.
but the fact is that his absence here will seem to lend credence to that. But I tell you, Annie, it remains speculation because he might be supporting him, but won't be in the rally for whatever genuine reasons or the other. But I tell you again, see, Rotimi Amici, if he is supporting Atiku, assuming he is doing so, and while his brother in the state is also running away from Atiku, I don't know whether these two lines will ever meet again. Because the parallel line seems somehow, this one is detached from Atiku for now, and this one is coming back to Atiku. Should it be that that's the procedure? Or the
Well, you're speaking of even the one who is detached from Atiku. It is also speculated that he's supporting Tinubu. So would he be at the rally today?
Well, you know, everybody is very careful. Annie.
If he's at the rally, that would be the biggest anti-party move ever.
Annie, that's why I said everybody is very careful. Because if the one that is detaching away from Atiku, but maybe trying to attach to Tinubu, comes up in Tinubu's rally, that means the national PDP has the hammer.
In some rallies in the past, we have seen Amechi in the rally. I think I know about 2 rallies that I have seen Amechi, the rallies for Tinubu, I mean, here, that I have seen former Governor Amechi.
Well, the truth is that...
So, it's not as if he's never been at any of the rallies. He's been at maybe at least 2.
And this rally in Rivers State soil is it rings
where he's supposed to be host.
I tell you.
Where he's supposed to be host.
Yes. In fact, if it is maybe one bones in all the rallies, and this one may be 20 bones.
Oh, wow.
And so the man that is supposed to be in this rally will create a lot of speculations if he's not.
Right.
But all the same, it doesn't mean very much whether he's in the rally or not. All that will go ahead.
Dr. Witima, what do you think? And speaking about that, I mean, just yesterday, was it yesterday? Yesterday was when, what's his name now? What's the name of this man? He was also a candidate. No, he was an aspirant. He lost out. I think did he get up to a couple of votes? He's from River State, the Belema Oil. What's his name?
Okay.
Jack Reach. Jack Reach. Recently, he was at the stadium where they were supposed to hold a rally, and he seemed to be mending fences. I mean, he was there. He says, "Look, Tonyo Kocha is our friend, is my brother. Tonya Cole is my brother, and he's our candidate here in River State." And he says, "Look, what you've heard before, just know that everything has been put to rest. We're here, we're united, we're here to struggle for or fight for or represent Tinubu and also Tonya Cole. We're going to be lifting hands." It looked like a very beautiful thing to say. It just looked as if all fences have been broken down, and then they were singing Kumbaya at the APC.
Well, you see, there are a lot of diplomas in politics. So, the point about Amechi is that, know that he's a law student.
Yes.
He's in Nigerian Law School presently. And maybe his timetable may not give him because...
really?
may not really give him the chance to... it's not when lecture is going on, or there's a presentation to go on, either he's the one who would have made presentation. Law school will not hear that you're a politician, and we have the time for you. But that may be one reason. Another reason is that, yes, some of them in APC, actually, they have been quite unsettled about this Muslim ticket. And that is making most of them to drag their feet in anything about campaign of Tinubu and giving one excuse or the other. One reason or the other. And 2, with the open support that is now given by our governor for Tinubu.
Is it open?
Yes, now the instruction has gone. I will not in
is
the community.
Is the support open?
Yeah. Annie, look, let me tell you.
Tell me.
We are in our various communities. We are also within the political community. Instruction have been given that they should vote PDP, they say supporters or members.
Really? Instructions have been given?
Yes, now. Nobody can deny that. Anybody who is coming to deny that.
No, I would ask.
Is just telling you something that I don't know. It may have conjecture somewhere.
Okay.
But this is the reality.
I've not heard it.
You don't need that. Are you in the political community?
It's all right. It's good.
Yeah, you're in the broadcast community.
So what we are saying exactly, it may not. 2 of them may not really, for such reason, 2 of them may not really want to walk on the same path.
All right.
But we have somebody that may tell us. Yeah.
And Amechi may decide either to stay off and do his own this thing.
All right.
But whatever that happens, I know that also the governor will also not be in the stadium.
All right.
Even if he had declared an anti-party,
it will not be.
Anti-party begets anti-party.
He's not going to beget this one.
So
We got your thoughts there, Obidima. Thank you so much. We've got Mr. Obina Oswago. He's also in the studio here with us. He's a public affairs analyst, and he's a member BOT, the Federalist Movement of Nigeria, FMN. Great to have you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Annie.
Let's get your thoughts on this here. I mean, for us here, this developing story just kind of buttresses some of the undercurrents that we've been receiving, that Amechi is not in full support of Tinubu's candidacy, and that whatever reasons, he's in law school, he missed the bus, that there'll be too many excuses that can be given why he's not here, but one that sticks true is that he doesn't want to support Tinubu. Do you agree with that? Do you see that as true?
The facts are still too slim for any prudent conclusions to be made. However, we're Nigerians and we know the character of Nigerian politics. There may be some misgivings by Amechi not to support Tinubu. Maybe the Muslim candidate, or maybe because he lost the ticket and he didn't feel good about it. It's a possibility. But we eventually get to see these things ultimately. But my concern as an analyst is the fact that partisan politics has not taken root in Nigeria yet. The cheap anti-party politics we see all over the place leaves a bitter taste in the mouth. Partisan politics is characterized by mere association, political convenience at any point in time, ethnic politics, etc. This is not so good. Politics should be strictly ideological. Right from independence, we have not got it right with aligning partisan politics with core ideologies, and that's not good at all for the country and for us.
All right, got your thoughts there, Mr. Oswago. We've got Chief Lofty Okere, JP, social political analyst and community leader. He's a member. I think that's very, very important for the conversation right now. A member, River State PDP Campaign Council. He's also living in Nigeria. Hey, God, the things that Dr. C.A.J. Chingo has caused in Nigeria. Everybody, he's living in Port Harcourt. He's living in Port Harcourt. I'm looking for the person who said, I'm living in Rumekini.
No, since he's living in Nigeria, he will know much about this anti-party.
That's why I said it's good that we...
I say why he's not living in Nigeria.
He's Eche, not Port Harcourt. He's Eche, not Port Harcourt.
Eche is not Port Harcourt.
Eche is Port Harcourt.
No, when you say Port Harcourt, we know what Port Harcourt covers.
Port Harcourt covers, if you're talking about element...
We're not talking about the local government.
Port Harcourt is Port Harcourt.
Yeah.
Port Harcourt is Rivers. Rivers is Port Harcourt.
Yes, I see it in that way too.
Rivers State.
No, he wouldn't. He wants to a PH as a Pitakwa person. Anyways, good to have you in the studio.
And if you're in Gwagwalada, does it mean you're not in Abuja?
No, it doesn't. No. You're in Abuja.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. You're most welcome. So what do you think? Let me get your thoughts on this here. Amechi will not be at the mega rally today.
Amazing. I am not surprised, Annie.
Why?
Yes. You see, looking at the political somersault that we are witnessing in recent time is the result of the prayers Nigerians have prayed over time, saying that surely they will gather, but their gathering, once it is not of the good of the people, they will scatter. So people prayed that anything that will make the politicians to gather, to make the citizens of this Nigeria to keep putting people in uncomfortable state, that God should bring something that will scatter them. And whatever you are seeing today is the result of the prayers we have prayed all the time. Because if they have peace to unite themselves, they will continue to consume our Commonwealth. But now that it's happening this way, you see that so many things will fall on the ground, and the people who ordinarily cannot get to the table will feed from the ground. So that is what is going on now. So the difference between Amechi's activity in APC is that he is not vocal. Between him and Nyesom Wike. Nyesom Wike is vocal. The governor of Rivers State is vocal about his activities and whatever his likes and dislikes. But Amechi is very quiet. It is very obvious that the former governor of Rivers State is not supporting the candidature of Ahmed Bola Tinubu. Right from even before the primary election, even after the primary elections, it's very clear. But just that he is not very vocal about it, he's being quiet and calm. about it. He may have Obidima, who is a champion of knowing those that has given instruction in various political communities, may have as well be aware of this. So talking about years or weekends instructing people to vote for Bola Tinubu as a member of PDP, campaign council, River State, I'm not aware of that. I'm not aware of that. They might have said on 25th of February, PDP members in River State, we go to the pool, and whatever you see as the result of the pool, you take it.
He's not giving instructions again.
Can somebody mention anywhere that yes, we have said?
I just want to ask, he's not going to give instructions on who to vote?
Instructions?
Yes, now, because
he has said it several times.
He has told you that 25th February.
No, that's what has it changed? I'm just asking. I'm really concerned about that. Has it changed? He's not going to give instructions anymore.
The party will meet and decide on how to go about
Before
it.
The 25th.
Not that he has told anybody that he are going to vote so place now.
No, he has said so. He said, when it's time, I'll tell you.
Now, that's what I'm saying. Now, he has not told anything like that now.
So is he going to...
No such instruction has been given anywhere.
Okay, but is he still going to...
I don't know where Bidima had his own.
Will he still tell us who to eventually?
Am I yes or wicked? Do I have his permission to tell you whether he will still tell you or not?
I thought you were in the PDP campaign council. These matters are second hand to you.
Just wait. 24 hours is too much of a time in politics.
All right then.
Yes.
That's how you politicians like to cap things off. When you want to argue, they say 24 hours is too much.
They are very difficult
so
humans.
Whatever I say today, tomorrow it will change. So don't take what.
Tell you, these people.
We'll leave it at that. Well, we have to take that quickly as breaking news to bring that your way. And I'll run through that story one more time just before we get back to regular programming. Sources contacted by Today FM tells us that the leader of the APC in River State, former Minister of Transportation and one-time Governor of River State, Right Honorable Rotimi Amechi, will not be at the mega rally scheduled to hold today for the presidential candidate of the APC, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We've got no reasons why the former governor will not be there.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Okay, welcome back. Let's get back to the papers now. Oh, and don't forget that we still have that post going on our Facebook page. We're still looking for one winner that will be treated to, you and your partner will be treated to a luxurious evening at some wonderful hotel today in Port Harcourt. This is supposed to be for Valentine. I was supposed to do that yesterday, but you know me. No, you can't participate. You can't participate. All right, so please go ahead on our Facebook page. Is right there. The post is there. We need a picture of you and your partner and tell us your love story. And the person with the highest likes gets to win that package. All right. So we're moving away from that last story now, and then we're getting into this. No region should be allowed to scuttle the pools. This is coming from the Northern Elders Forum. It's in the Vanguard newspaper. No region should be allowed to scuttle pools. The Northern Elders Forum has raised dust over threats to the forthcoming general elections and national security. According to the group, no region should be allowed to scuttle the credibility of February 25th polls. NEF's Director, Publicity and Advocacy, NEF, Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed, who said this in a statement yesterday, called on the Buhari-led administration to exercise authority on any group or region that might threaten the successful conduct of the elections. Baba Ahmed claimed that some groups in the southeast have threatened to truncate the polls, which he said had resulted to the burning of government buildings and killings. He called on southeast leaders to condemn such attacks and mobilize their people to ensure safe elections. The statement read, Northern Elders Forum has noted a serious rise in the pitch of groups that threaten the conduct of elections, particularly from violent groups in the southeastern states. The deafening silence from leaders, elders, and politicians from the region and other parts of Nigeria over these dangerous threats is also deeply disturbing. These threats are being followed by actual attacks on government buildings and killings, including killing of policemen in the region. Without a robust challenge of these dangerous trends, those behind these lawless acts are likely to assume that they will succeed. It has been the consistent position of the Forum and other patriotic groups that the 2023 elections must hold throughout the length and breadth of Nigeria. Mano, what's your position here from the NEF?
Well, I think the NEF rather, is just restating the obvious because I'm not aware of any leader from the Southeast that is saying that elections should not hold. But if there are dissident groups in the Southeast and then they are coming, he should judge them according to their description as dissident groups. Now, I'm not sure that Baba Ahmed would wish to be in a position where he will be molding Gary, perhaps put in a soup and give to the leaders in the Southeast. Because he is telling them to condemn, which condemnation I've been getting a lot from those who are political leaders in the Southeast. Now, is it that he's not been hearing that? Because he is supposed to hear more than myself because he happens to be in the vanguard group that scrutinizes all these kind of things. Now, both political leaders and even traditional rulers have been saying those who are coming to burn police offices and all the people that are killing and then maiming humans in the Southeast that are anti-people, anti-humans, not even only Southeast. So I wouldn't know the kind of condemnation. But I am saying that federal government has the yam and the knife. They are the people that could fish out those groups. Because I don't think, if for instance, if they are saying it's IPOB, will IPOB start to kill the people of the Southeast, finish them before they realize their Biafra, if it will happen? That is what I don't understand. So it's very difficult for me to believe that IPOB will be behind killings in the Southeast. Now, IPOB is also pointing at some humans who are maybe politically motivated killings and all that, who are coming so that they will be painted bad in the eyes of people. Then I'm asking, who are the people to point out or to fish out those who are really behind this thing? Because IPOB may be defending itself. Every other group may come out and say we are not, and it's really themselves. Then, who are the people to do that? Federal government. Then why are they keeping quiet?
All right, Manok, your thoughts? Dr. Bismo Bidimo?
I think that call is misplaced. In the sense that the federal government is not doing the needful. The security agencies, they are not doing the needful to ensure that at least the perpetrators of this criminal act are arrested. I've not had any of this burning and all those things happening and somebody have been arrested. Is it that people are coming from outside to create this problem within Southeast and that the security agents and federal government are aware of these things and close their eyes just to give a dog a bad name in order to hang it? So, I think Baba Ahmed ought to have called on the federal government to do the needful. Not even Southeast, but in Katsina, but in Kaduna, everywhere, to ensure that the election goes on seamlessly without any problem, any insecurity, without people being threatened, coming out to vote that day. We may be focusing our eyes on the Southeast, and we may not know what will play out in other areas of the nation. So let the security agencies be on top of the situation. If we are to conduct a fair, free and credible election without violence, without threat, without fear. So it is not just on the Southeast. In as much as they should up the ante in all those places that destroy army facilities, I've said it over and over. The police personnel that we have, they're enough to do this thing, but most of them are on the road collecting money. Most of them are attached to political leaders. You know, they should move them up and equip them to ensure that everywhere in this country is secured. Who know the intention of the bandits? Who know the intention of other terrorist groups concerning this election? It's a nation where intelligence is difficult to even garner.
All right.
You know, so personally, the thing should not just be on the Igbos. Given Ohanes and Igbo, their elders, they've been saying that election will hold. They've also been talking to their people, and IPOB have been denying some of these activities.
All right. Okay. We got your thoughts there. Mr. Oswago?
Yeah, thank you very much, Annie. Relating to this matter, I was intending to go to the Southeast to cast my vote a week ahead of the 25th, but yesterday my spouse showed me some video of some Simon Ekpa who has been threatening there wouldn't be election in the Southeast, you know. So not just my spouse, several other friends of mine have shown me this video, and I'm seriously considering to call off my intention to travel. So you can see that that's quite discouraging for many Southeasterners who want to travel. But that said, it's important to know that if Simon Ekpa is operating from a country, a known country in this world, the diplomatic team of Nigeria, the Nigerian state, should reach out to that country to try to rein him in, because he's been stoking up a lot of tensions in the Southeast with his inflammatory comments since Mazi Nnamdi Kanu got held by the federal government. So something should be done about it. He's not operating in hidden. But ultimately, I like a comment made by one of the presidential aspirants, Mr. Peter Obi, regarding the IPOB and the struggles in the Southeast. He said, you can't police away an ideological group. You know, you can't rein in an ideological group by force. You see, secession is, especially in a multi-ethnic society, secession is a fundamental right. In the United Kingdom, those who were our colonial masters and granted us independence, you have the Scottish Nationalist Party. It's a secessionist party. You have the Sinn Féin in Ireland. It's a secessionist party. So I think the Nigerian state and the Nigerian people should help the Igbos to realize this aspiration. And also the Igbos themselves should also cooperate. They should let them the right to participate in free and fair elections in pursuance of their aspiration to secede, so that you don't have criminal elements trying to hijack the entirety of society just on account of secession. Right? You could search for secession through the normal processes for a period of 10 years, 20 years. In Spain, there's a secessionist party in Spain, I've forgotten their name. They have been looking for secession right from the 1800s. Yes, the Catalans, yes. They have been seeking secession. And they ultimately are in the partisan politics of that country. They govern that part of the country called Catalonia. So if the federal government and the people of Nigeria should work with the Southeasterners to help them to achieve their aspiration through the political process. And I think the next people come, any of the aspirants coming into government would be a lot more open to this, given their antecedents. I think we'll make a headway with any of them.
Okay, got your thoughts on that, Chief Lovely Karim?
Yes, and the problem in Nigeria today is that majority of the leaders that are still in helm of affairs at different levels are still having the military bloods in them, including those who have not served as military officers. That military ideologies are still in us. Otherwise, we would have been thinking about how to respect the freedom of every part of this country. The act of trying to intimidate, the act of trying to force everything into people is making Nigeria worse than better. That is why we are in a fix, just because we want to change our currency. Not even all the currency, just 3 notes, even though they are the higher currencies, denominations. But you see us being in a fix because we want to force everything into the citizens. Doing everything at the same time. We are petrol, high cost of petrol, election, currency, all at the same time. Trying to, I don't know, I have said before that if the intention of federal government in so many things that they do, including activities of Boko Haram, bandits, cultists, kidnappers, all the same time, if they want to reduce the population of Nigeria, they should tell us so that they can now inject different kinds of chemical to kill people, but they can't do it because they know that if they do that, they can also be affected. So they are just doing all these things to subject people into abject stress that can be killing people every day. Now Boko Haram has been depleted, as they say. Now they are bringing other measures that can cause a lot of high blood pressure. People will be dying. You see, so I don't know why somebody should be jittery if I should come up to that and say there will be no election in a chair, for instance. and we'll have a government who will question me to say, why did I say there will be no election? Because as far as I'm concerned, there are people who are on oath to protect lives and property, to safeguard Nigeria, both on internal and external, from internal and external aggressions. And somebody has risen up to say there will be no election in so place. And there is a government in that state. There's a government in that local government. There's a government in the federation. So it shouldn't bother anybody. In 2015 and 2019, there was Boko Haram, heavily operating in Borno State. But at the end of the day, Borno State, there was a chunk of votes more than other states coming out from Borno State. So some of these things are just mere distractions. There is no individual that can say anything today that will stop election from holding in Nigeria, except the government of the day have a plan. Because
but
already...
Did you listen to him? He said he already feels unsafe going to the southeast to vote.
Thank you very much.
And this is going to be the sentiment a lot of people in the southeast already
I agree.
have.
I agree. That is why I'm pushing the blame now to government, who's supposed to come and reassure the individuals that, look, assuming that we hear now that the person who issued that statement has been arrested, will this man be afraid of going to southeast again? Once he's picked up, the person that is questioned now will not make a statement either to deny or to say whatever. Now it will now reintroduce confidence in the electorate who want to travel from wherever to southeast to go and catch a vote. Okay, what if there's another statement coming from southwest, another one coming from north central? So there will be no election again. So for me, the government of the day must rise up to make sure that they defend democracy. Imagine some of the heavyweights in APC saying recently that the government wants to introduce interim national government. They say so recently. Is that not an indictment? So that is to say that except government of the day do not want this election to hold. If the government wants the election to hold, there's no individual, no kind of threat that can stop the election.
Okay, look at that.
And the minute you made the statement yesterday or the day before yesterday, that the election must hold in southeast.
Yes.
I think they are also preparing for the election in southeast. So I don't think this thing should begin to generate fear.
It will generate fear.
It will.
Because we have seen how for a long time, in some parts of the southeast, they still sit at home on Mondays. Government has not done anything about that
at all.
So
there are people sit at home not because they are cooperating, but out of fear.
So you can't imagine that some people will say there will be no election. You say, let me test it. Let me go out and try and see whether I will not be named.
My brother, test the ground before you travel.
But you have this. Another story here says money swap. Buhari demarketing APC still from the NEF. The National Director of Publicity and Advocacy of the Northern Elders Forum, NEF, Hakim Baba Ahmed, has described the lingering Naira swap policy as a mess-up from President Muhammadu Buhari on the eve of the general election. Speaking on Channels Television's Politics Today, Baba Ahmed, who insisted that the Naira swap was a serious demarketing for the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, said, how we got here is because President Buhari has messed up to the point that he's ready to go to have allowed this kind of mess to happen when you're even campaigning for your own party. The money thing is a major demarketing strategy for the APC. If there was any strategy to lose the election, it couldn't have been around the fiasco of changing the Naira's currency. Their own people said this is designed to make Tinubu lose, and President Buhari is following him around. Literally, in 3 to 4 weeks, you have destroyed the informal sector of the economy. So it's almost as if they're accusing the president of speaking from both sides of his mouth. You're going around asking people to vote Tinubu, yet you're creating a scenario that makes it impossible to convince others why they must vote in another APC government.
Well, Annie, on the other one, I was hard on Baba Ahmed, but this one I agree with him. You see, some of my friends welcome that particular policy very well. In fact, it's dear to their hearts. But it doesn't matter for Emmanuel Ndukwe. He's bringing untold hardship to the populace. And so, what is the essence of the goodness? You want to preserve the life of your citizenry always, and then you are coming with anything that will touch on the core of their making money to live, because it's not everybody that is fighting to be in government. It's not everybody. But at least, whatever you are doing, get your money from there, and then make sure you live your life. Don't die, because dead men don't vote. Dead men don't do anything. And then when you finish, government come up with a policy, which of course is the right one. Government must do its job.
and then say, take your old note to the bank. You comply completely. Take all the old notes you win, and then open your hands. I want this much. Please let me use it, and this new one to solve my problem, because it's the one that is allowed. You can't get it. What kind of that thing is asphyxiation? They want you to die, as it were. They may not come out and say we want people to die, but through these harsh policies. And so Baba Ahmed is saying that, of course, I have said it severally. If anybody says Buhari is not supporting Tinubu, don't blame him. Tinubu has severally alluded to Buhari's lack of support. But he will not stand before him and say, President, you are not supporting me. It won't happen now. After all, he is the one that will go to his campaigns and say, I am with Tinubu, don't mind. Good. But the truth is that what are you doing to show that you are with Tinubu? Tinubu says these things are targeted to his at his success. That means they want him to fail. Meanwhile, he's in APC. Now, I don't know whatever is behind this. But one thing I got is they said those who have started out money somewhere, that those monies are not in circulation in the banks and all that, but they don't want them to bring them back. Yes. And then you want, even if there are less number of persons, you want them to die.
All right, Emmanuel. We have your thoughts. Dr. Bidiman, can take you?
All these are conjectures. As far as I'm concerned, Tinubu, only for the past few days, I've been moving with Buhari from one place to the other. And they had the opportunity to talk with Buhari. Is this not targeted at me? Can't you review it and not do stuff? So is he just interested in Buhari coming to raise his hand in a stadium that is supporting him? We should not be deceived with all this politics of the elite class. The thing I'm saying, whether Tinubu is being supported by Buhari or not, Buhari coming to even campaign for him in any Senate democracy, it is enough for Tinubu to fail the election because of the hardships that people of this nation have faced for nearly 8 years of Buhari's administration. In fact, the clamor of even a piece of Tinubu for Buhari to campaign for him is enough of demarcating his aspiration. So the point is that whether the Naira design, whether fuel issue, whether Buhari supports or not, let us look back. There are so many things that have happened. Was it even at the apogee of the killings or herdsmen of people, sacking people in the communities in this nation, infiltrating everywhere in this nation that we are not going through? Are we forgetting it because of election, because of fuel scarcity and the Naira redesign? Are we also forgetting that there was a time that we also had the fuel scarcity? That students were in the house out of school for 8 months. Are they not enough to say that, look, this party has failed? Why are we so focusing on what happened, what just started happening between December and now? So that we have not seen what happened from 2015 to 2022. That is enough to say, look, this APC should not be given opportunity. Not just APC, even their own sister party PDP should not be given opportunity to rule this nation again. So and we should begin to try to give a new birth to a new Nigeria with new leadership, with dynamic and strong leadership. And I don't know why you're smiling.
Should I be frowning now?
So
is not finding it easy.
Should I be frowning now?
So it's not whether even Buhari should go on the stage with Tinubu. That will not say Tinubu. If we have enlightened voters, if we have voters that are not
Speaking
ready.
about enlightened voters, do you think we do?
We don't have now because we have a lot of people, even in fact the posts are even from professor to the least market woman, they will have a lot of enlightened voters. We have voters that 2,000, 20,000 can just change their mind, by their conscience, and they just go foolishly, sheepishly.
I hope you know that there are some people that it's not even 20,000 or 2,000. They're just going to vote who they think they want to vote for.
Yes.
Whatever sentiments.
Yes. There are people that I agree with you. But right from the delegate election, we know what happened. All the delegates were compromised in APC and PDP at all levels. And what is the outcome? The result is the kind of candidates they have fostered on those parties. They're making it difficult for Nigerians to not choose a proper leader. So that is the problem. The foundation, the Bible says, when the foundation is destroyed, what can the righteous do?
We'll find out when we return. The news update comes up next.
Thank you very much.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello and good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Annie Abdul Salam. The presidency says neither the federal government nor the Central Bank of Nigeria has taken a stand on the continued use of the old Naira notes as legal tenders. The presidency said this as the case is still pending before the Supreme Court, which will hear it today. The senior special assistant to the president and media and publicity, Garba Shehu, said the federal government will make its position on the new Naira policy known after the determination of the state today. This comes after 1 week after the Supreme Court, in a ruling on February 8th, suspended the CBN's February 10th deadline to halt the use of the old Naira notes. However, the Supreme Court, responding to an ex parte application filed by governments of Kaduna, Kogi, and Zamfara, stopped the CBN from effecting its ban on the old notes pending the hearing and determination of the case today. Meanwhile, Kaduna State Governor Nasser El-Rufai and his Kogi counterpart Yahya Bello have arrived at the Supreme Court to monitor proceedings in a suit by their states against the federal government on cashless policy regime. The two governors arrived the courtroom around 8:30 a.m. in company of their followers and top government officials. The federal government is expected to argue in legal battle with 3 states challenging the implementation of the cashless policy regime introduced by the Central Bank of Nigeria. A 7-member panel led by Justice John Okoro had on February 8 halted the move of the federal government in a ruling in an ex parte application brought by the 3 northern states of Kaduna, Kogi, and Zamfara. The Northern Elders Forum says there is no reason to doubt the credibility and capacity of the Independent National Electoral Commission to conduct free, fair, and credible elections on February 25th and March 11th. NEF spokesman Hakim Baba Ahmed said those against the planned deployment of the bimodal voter registration systems for the elections should make their reservations known with sufficient proof if they have any at all. Baba Ahmed said there have been reports of late that politicians who are against the beavers attempt to use the court of law to stop INEC from deploying beavers. An INEC result viewing portal in the elections, but the electoral body has consistently restated its commitment and determination to deploy the system for the 2023 general elections. Sources contacted by Today FM tells us that the leader of the APC in Rivers State, former Minister for Transportation and one-time Governor of Rivers State, Right Honorable Rotimi Amechi, will not be at the mega rally scheduled to hold today for the presidential candidate of the APC, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as at the time of press, no reasons was given for his absence. And on to the foreign scene, New Zealand officials say at least 4 people, including a child, have died in the devastation of Cyclone Gabrielle, which has caused significant flooding and landslides across the North Island. Today, officials confirmed the child's body was found in Hawke's Bay, one of the worst affected regions. Rescue helicopters there had rescued about 300 people stranded on rooftops. The cyclone has moved away from New Zealand, but about 10,500 people are still displaced displaced today. Prime Minister Chris Hipkins said there were also several people missing for whom the police do not hold grave concerns. And that was a news update on Today 95.1 FM. Ensure you take advantage of this coming election to elect the leaders of your choice. To have a great morning, I am Annie Abdusalams. Thank you for listening.
Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Hello. Take advantage of the global financial markets with Hantech Markets in 2023, as you can learn how to beat the surge in inflation by earning. Hantech Markets has over 33 years of industrial experience and offers a platform to trade, free learning, and wealth generation opportunities. What are you waiting for? Send an SMS to 0805-690-5612. That is 0805-690-5612. Or visit our office at ground floor UPDC Building, 26 Abar Road, opposite Owanda Filling Station, Port Harcourt. Again, to participate, send an SMS to 0805-690-5612. Trade like a pro with Hantech Markets today.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Pips Global Trading Company is a first-class indigenous company that equips people with the skill set to navigate the world money markets. You know, when you hear Pips Global, we're talking about finances, we're talking about financial emancipation. And when you talk about the financial market, we talk about things like Forex. Forex does a whooping of $6.3 trillion every day as a daily turnover. Every day? Every day. A lot of people need to know about this, that this market has opportunity, you know, to helping people build a substantial income for themselves. But in Nigeria, we lack information. And that's why we are here, you know, on air talking about not just Pips Global, but also the market that can actually help you build, you know, financial stability. You know, if you have a market that does a whooping of $6.3 trillion, you will agree with me that is a market with a whole lot of potentials. This should already change a lot of lives in Nigeria. But, you know, the way you get things done matters a lot, because you can do the right thing in a wrong way. I can repeat that. You can do the right thing in a wrong way. I need to let people in Port Harcourt know this morning that if you are here, maybe you have been participating in the Forex market, or maybe you've been on digital currencies like the cryptos, or you've been doing stocks and all that. Now, you need to understand this. When you are getting into the market or involving yourself in the market based on ROI, which is return on investment, then there is going to be a little fracas. What I mean by a little fracas is that you cannot really earn, you know, consistently from a system you don't know nothing of. You know, for example, we have several industries, just like the way we have the financial industry or the Forex industry. Now, we have industries like entertainment industry. If I want to invest my money into entertainment, I am going to do better if I learn about entertainment. But in Nigeria, we don't have a system of learning. And it's affecting us. It's making us shooting ourselves out the leg. Because you are so naive and you give people your money and then you know nothing what they use the money for. And that's why you see Pips Global says, no, what about if we show you a system of mentorship, a system of training, a system where you see this business as a skill. You know, a skill you can earn through a skill in any part of the world. For example, if you are a carpenter, you get to the US, you are still a carpenter. That's why you see people need to learn a skill set added to their job or added to their planned dreams. That is where Pips Global comes in. We mentor you, we train you, and we empower you to become a first-class Forex trader. That is what Pips Global is all about.
All right, so
You sound great, and all the things you said are amazing. But to be very honest, we've seen a lot of people do this. What are your tools? What makes Pips Global different and unique?
Okay, thank you. Now, you just said one of the unique part of Pips Global is our strategies. I tell you, countries don't conquer because of might alone or economic might. They also conquer based on strategies. In Pips Global, we have a tested, well-proven strategies that work for us and also for people that are learning in our platform. I want to use that word again, that are learning in our platform. So we don't have an investment system whereby you can put your money and go sleep and you fold your hands. We don't encourage that. We said learn it. So people who learn in our system have the tendency to also use our strategy to make money daily for themselves if they learn it. So that's where we are unique. We don't bamboozle people with sweet words. That is also a unique part of us. And also, like we have a trading hub. The trading hub assists us that every day you get signals. We call it the leverage system. That the masters, like the people who have been there before you, who are, pros in this thing, or analyze the market every day from 1 a.m. and they post the trades to all the platform. You see, so you can make money even while you are in the process of learning. Automatically, you are not waiting until you are done learning before you make some stipends or before you make some amount of money for yourself. You can actually make money daily, but we don't entice people with huge promises. We said it's a process. And that process, just like the way you went to school and today you are a presenter, you are making money for yourself, that is how it ought to be. You can make money while you are learning in Pips Global. It's another unique part of us. So we have a whole lot that we are going to be showing people, exposing people to by tomorrow. So I wouldn't do all that here this morning. Thank you.
Okay, so what kind of people are expected to come for this program tomorrow?
Okay, now,
and
let's
what
talk about
they expect.
Yes, let's talk about what they should expect.
Right.
First is they should expect a level of exposure to some certain informations that can set them free financially. We tell people, I says, top men are men of top secrets. For example, there are some websites that I can link you to, and with the facts or the trending economic news you're going to get there can actually help you build wealth for your children. But a lot of people don't know about this website. A lot of people don't know it even exists. A lot of people don't know what's happening in the internet. They just use it to either Facebook or Instagram and all that. So tomorrow is going to be expository one for everyone that is going to come our workshop for that day. So I tell people, I encourage people, I says, if you are listening to me and you are in the confines of Port Harcourt, you are in the confines of River State, you need to make it. It's not I want you to make it. You need to make it through that workshop tomorrow. We're also going to be discussing about lives and businesses of people, and also help you, give you tips on how you can succeed in your own personal businesses. So a lot is going to go on tomorrow. We are also going to be trading live. So if you've been a trader and you've not been profiting, why not come tomorrow and also trade live with us and see the differences? Then you know that it is actually because of the lack of knowledge. That's why you've been losing. So tomorrow is 10 a.m. for you to be at that meeting in the morning. It's 10 a.m. for the time. Then the location here is Port Harcourt, yes. Then the venue is plot 181 Dr. Peter Audley Road, opposite Chicken Republic. Peter Audley Road is a popular place in Port Harcourt. You find your way there 10 a.m. or before 10 a.m. tomorrow. You are already, at the right place that 10 a.m. So, and also you need to go through a process before you can be able to participate in that meeting.
Okay.
Yes, which is the code I'm about to give. We want to give people free access, but we would not do that without a process.
Right.
Which says, if you can SMS the word mentorship. Mentorship is a short word that you can SMS to this number immediately. You are going to get a free reservation seat Also, immediately, the SMS for the confirmation of your reservation seat will be sent to you. So the number is 0812-116-6440. I call that number again, 0812-116-8440. Down the number immediately and SMS mentorship. Don't call the number, just SMS mentorship to that line, 0812-116-8440.
All right.
Thank you.
So what kind of people should attend this event?
Everyone. The reason is because everyone that can earn a living for themselves need the right information. And that's why you see the doctors, the medical doctors, even lecturers, professors, students, everyone should be there tomorrow. If you are listening to me, you work in the region, you are a business person, you should be there tomorrow. I call that number again, 0812-116-8440.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so my question is, Mr. Godwin, yes. Now, Forex business has changed a lot of people's lives. At least that's what we hear people say all the time, right? What are the benefits from this company?
I'm a testimony to that. You know, thank God for Pips Global. I didn't know some informations like this exist. You know, thank God for the level of information I've been exposed to through Pips Global. And as I'm talking to you right now, I'm comfortably making money every day. And you know the beautiful thing, when I attend the classes of Pips Global, I make money while I'm in the classes. Because what they do, they show you practical. Everything is life. You know, the information I've been exposed to is amazing. And I urge everyone, wherever you are, please come and be making money for yourself, no matter how little it is. The beautiful thing is making money consistently for yourself. And you can be able to do well in the financial market.
Ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Did you know that there are over 8 million listeners connected to our frequency, covering 6 states across 2 geopolitical zones? Take advantage of our reach and advertise your products, services, events, and businesses on Today 95.1 FM. Get value for your money as millions of people get to know about your business. Give us a call now on 0818-389-2850. Again, 0818-389-2850.
You this morning is Deacon Sebastian James. Hello, are you a student, a COP member, a pastor, or a housewife who want to make extra income? on a side business? Do you know you can make 5 to 6 figures income online by doing online business? This is a business you can do with your Android phone or even with your laptop. Do you know your Android phone is a tool for money making within the online business space? Do you know that the difference between the rich and the poor is just an information? Guess what? This Saturday we shall be having a physical class, and we shall be demystifying 3 online business opportunities that can help us to generate 5 to 6 figure income on a monthly basis. All you need to do is to make sure you join us on this online free masterclass happening this week Saturday. And of course, the venue for this meeting is Belgrace Plaza by Obrigwe Flyover, Rumosi, Port Harcourt. And of course, all you need to do is to reserve your seat to be part of this training. So you send an SMS by WhatsApp. You can send by WhatsApp. You can send an SMS to this number. Just text workshop to 09025988307. Don't forget, just send an SMS workshop either by WhatsApp or by a text message to 09025988307. Now, below are the areas of the online business that we shall demystify in this upcoming training. We shall look at the e-commerce business. You see, the world have become a global village, meaning that people now make money connecting businesses, to one another. Now, in the online e-commerce business, we are going to teach you how you can import products into Nigeria, and these are products that people are really in need of. All right, and even if you can't be able to start importing directly from China, we can also connect you. You're going to be connected to Nigerian importers. They have brought in these products to Nigeria at a very affordable price. So all you and I need to do is to get these products, put them on the internet, and then you see people start calling you from different part of the country, and then this is a product you can get at a very cheaper price, and you can make more than 1,000 profits just from a single product. And of course, we are going to also teach you in the course of this training how to advertise your products on the internet using various platforms such as Facebook. You need to understand how Facebook marketing works, Facebook advertisement. You also need to understand how Instagram marketing works, how to place your advert on Instagram. Now, this is a place where millions of Nigerians come every day, to connect with one another. So Facebook is a very big marketplace that many Nigerians do not know how to tap. It doesn't matter what areas of business you are, you can still join this class and get to understand how to dominate the online space such as Facebook to reach millions of people who are in need of your products. Again, how to reach people on Instagram. There are many rich in Nigerian who are on Instagram looking for different products and services that will better their life. So we are going to teach you how you can go into e-commerce business and make good money from this business. Again, we shall also look into affiliate marketing business. You see, for instance, let me give you an instance. If you look at Uber today, you look at Bolt today, this company has to do with transportation business. Yet they don't have a single car. They run multi-billion-dollar transport company, yet they don't have a single car. Why? Because they understand how affiliate marketing system works by connecting customers to people that have the products to offer or services to offer, and then you just sit, relax, and get profits from the commissions that you earn from the products and services that these people you connected them together with are making. This is a very fantastic business model. You can make good money running into 5-6 figures without creating a single product. You can make money from other people's products, and we are going to show you products that are highly in demand digital products that you can sell to many people and make money. We are going to uncover these secrets in this upcoming workshop. Guess what? This workshop is absolutely free. You have nothing to lose attending this workshop. It's absolutely free, and it's going to happen at Dadido Training Hub, which is at Belcrest Plaza by Obrigwe Flyover, Rumusi, Port Harcourt. The time is 10 o'clock in the morning. All you need to do is to send your reservation by sending an SMS to these numbers, either by WhatsApp or by direct message. Just send to 090-25-988-307. 090-25-988-307. Again, another area we shall also look into is an area of online business that is called Google My Business Provide Opportunity. That is another area that you need to really go into, because there are many businesses today that are nowhere to be found online. So your duty in these particular areas of business is to help companies, big companies, have their presence on the internet by helping them to register them on Google, make them have Google presence on the internet, and so that customer can be able to connect with them online. And guess what? If you can get this thing done for businesses, you are going to be paid. All right. Imagine where you get paid 25,000 to 30,000 per transaction. So you just need about 5% to make 100,000. So these are the things we are going to teach you in this upcoming free seminar happening at Obrigwe Flyover. Don't forget, the venue is Dadido Training Hub at Belcrest Plaza by Obrigwe Flyover, Rumusi. The time is 10 o'clock. For reservation, just text workshop to 090-25-988-307. Again, 090-25-988-307. Now, what is the minimum capital needed to start any of this business? I'm sure many of you are interested to uncover the capital required to start any of this business. Again, let me say this. E-commerce business is a business you can start with as low as 50,000. If you have, let's say, 20,000 can cover your mentorship. With 30,000, you can be able to start up this business. Again, affiliate marketing is a business you need at least a minimum of at least 30,000 to 50,000 to start. All right. So these are the things you need to understand. With as low as 50,000, you can be able to start any of this business. For Google My Business Opportunity Provide, that is another business you can start with as low as 50,000. In fact, with less than 50,000, you can get started. So all you need to do is to make sure you set your calendar, mark your calendar, and get prepared for this training happening on Saturday. You can invite your friends, you can invite your loved ones to be part of this training. It's going to be absolutely free. Of course, everything that I have mentioned here will be taught. The e-commerce business model, the affiliate marketing business model, the Google My Business Provide business models, all this will be taught. And it's happening this week, Saturday, at Dadido Training Hub, which is at Belcrest Plaza by Obrigwe Flyover, Rumusi, Port Harcourt. The time is 10 o'clock. Make sure you don't miss this training. Make sure you don't miss this training. Remember, the people are destroyed. Why? They lack knowledge. In fact, the difference between the rich and the poor is just information. What separates the rich from the poor is information. The rich have high value information than the poor. So if you want to excel, if you want to grow, if you want to prosper, you must begin to make up your mind, be intentional by searching for high value information. And that's why we are bringing you high value training happening this week, Saturday, at Dadido's Training Hub, Belcrest Plaza by Obrigwe Flyover, Rumusi, Port Harcourt. You need less than 50,000 to start any of this business model, including your mentorship and, of course, the road map to get this business started. Join us. Don't forget that Ido Training Hub, Belgrace Plaza by Obrigre Flyover, Rumusi, Port Harcourt. Time is 10 o'clock. Send your reservation message, text workshop to 09025988307. Again, 09025988307. See you in the meeting this Saturday.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
What you also say here, this government.
Listen for that station, George.
Yeah, don't worry you.
We're passionate about it.
We love talking.
We are.
Your number one talk radio station, 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. It's a minute shy away from 10:30. That's 10:29. Too much grammar. Just say 10:29. It's 10:29, and I just want to quickly touch the people who have, interacted with us so far from the Facebook platform. First from the post for Valentine, and then second from the papers. So we've got Chukwemeka Elstein, who says it all started on the 10th of February 2018. She walked into my office to charge her phone and later trusted me with the phone and went home just for me to bring it to her. And I was also swept away by her awesomeness and beauty without wasting time. I walked up to her and did the needful, and she said yes. Ever since that day, I've always remained a happy man because she came into my life. She's the best thing that ever happened to me. She's the best, my queen side chick in Kem, my better part and everything to me. I'll always love and adore her, and she's the best teacher amongst all. I call her my jewel. And there's a lovely photo of both of you. Amazing. Really look good together. Uba Uwauma, on the 27th of July 2010, on our way to our PPA from NYC orientation camp, we met ourselves in a bus. We first quarreled, and later we ended up going in the same direction. We thought it was just to serve the country, but we later found love. 3 years after facing reality of life, we got married. Till date, we're still pushing ahead with one love. Great. It's a beautiful picture of both of you too. Favor Sikiru, this is the love of my life and my queen. And I fell in love with her without knowing. She was my leader, and I unknowingly fell for her strong personality and charisma. But letting her know was the issue unknown to me. She was also crushing on me. One day I fell ill. We had a meeting. She called off the meeting because of my absence, which she never did for anyone, not even her assistant. And she came looking for me. Finally, on my sick bed, we expressed our feelings and what we felt for each other for 2 years. After that, boom, I proposed and she accepted. And I don't know what the boom was. There an explosion in the hospital? On the sick bed. On the sick. Where was that? Okay, after the sick bed. Chief Laughter, you seem to know these things.
No. You see, after that,
boom.
So it meaning that it was not there.
All right. Okay. Yeah. It was after. I agree with you. It was after that. That was the boom. He said, I proposed, she accepted, and we are blessed with 2 lovely children and 1 on the way. My love story. Amazing. And then, yes, there's a picture of both of you two. Great picture. I like that. Daniel Ekwolo says, this is I and my wife. I met her while 7 as a copper at Akwa Ibom State. We fell in love, and after a year, we got married. Oh, nice. Obi Nawoji, you did not add a picture, so I'm just going to skip yours. It's a love story you put up, but there's no picture. And the rule said put up a picture of both of you and the story. But I like your story anyways, but I can't read it. Harry Billery, I met my wife in 2013 when she came to write JAM in Uniport. I was already living in Choba with a friend who she came to see. When I saw her, I was wowed. I couldn't remove my eyes from her. At every point, I offered to help, but funny enough, she turned down every offer to help I gave. As a man who doesn't give up on what he believes, I was able to get her number. One day, she called me that she was in school. Funny enough, I didn't plan to go to school the next day. But because of that, I called off. I left the next day so I can see her. That was a turning point. We became friends. I told her straight that she's the one I want to spend my life with. And she told me to give her time. I knew she was interested, and that was how we started dating after we graduated. And 2 years later, I went to her, there was no boom. 2 years later, I went to her family to seek her hand in marriage, and the family refused. That where I came from, they don't want their daughter to marry from there. After 7 years of being together, because her family will make us separate, we prayed and decided we will fight for our love. We fought from every angle and won the battle. It took us 3 years to win this battle. Oh, I'm happily married. My love, Mrs. Anwilika, God bless. And yeah, that's a picture of both of you. It's amazing. And your story is really beautiful. Philip Jeremiah, my love story with one and only Ola. We met at church. The first time I saw her, I knew I found a friend. There's a saying that says, the ones in love are the last to know. Really, there's a saying like that? The ones in love are the last to know. My pals would tell me, man, you are so deep in love. I remember refuting their claim with great assertion till it dawned on me that I couldn't eat if we quarrel and if she isn't taking my calls. So my temptations came that tried to separate us. So many temptations came that tried to separate us, but we persevered. Today we're blessed with 2 beautiful daughters. I thank God every day for perfection of Christ Church. I found my bride at the well. Oh, nice. Praise to Create George. Good morning, Annie. This is my beloved wife. Yesterday, I really wanted to take her out and give her a good treat, but I really don't have money to give her. But she did what she deserves. She has been there for me, supporting me, even going against the wishes of her dad. Her dad wanted her to marry a rich man, but she instead married me when I had nothing. She believes in my dreams, and we had plans together, and so far things are working accordingly. I just pray God should give us long life for me to really appreciate her for everything, for believing in me, and for our 2 lovely kids. Annie, please help me tell her I love her, and I will keep doing everything to make her proud. All right, I'm sure she sees this post. It's evident enough that you love her, and you're trying to secure this lovely place and package that we have for both of you. Well, that's from Prince to Create Judge. Like we said, there's several other posts. I can't read all of them. It's on our Facebook page. What they need is your likes. Go ahead and like their posts, and whoever has the highest wins the package. We still have another hour plus before I get a winner. So go on to Today95.1 FM and do that. Quickly, I'll take a few text messages concerning the papers. Newton Ikere, no need extending deadline for old notes. I support this decision with 2 packets of green tea. But please make new notes available. I have just 1K new note with me. I can't access money in my bank. I just wonder how many patients will lose their lives this period, since the hospitals will also ask for pay before service. It has happened before. Please, man up. He's also speaking on Buhari demarketing APC NEF spokesman. With all due respect, sirs, APC has no market value. You can't devalue what has no value. Atiku restates pledge to accommodate Southeast in ruling Nigeria. Newton Ikere says Nigeria doesn't need rulers. It is the Southeast that should be talking of accommodating you, not the other way around. 3, you think too highly of yourself. Those who do that fall with a thought. The Southeast has had enough of playing second fiddle. You won't be president of Nigeria. Thanks, but no thanks. Christian Williams, no need extending deadline for old notes CBN. I don't really understand why some people are now rejecting the old notes, even after the court order. What is really our problem in this country? Prophet Hafel Samson, source confirmed that my leader, Amechi, may not be at the APC mega rally organized by Governor Wiki and Magnus Abe, just to cause confusion between the River State APC and the National. If I am Amechi, I will not attend the campaign if the National is not working directly with Pastor Tonya Cole, who, by the APC election guideline, the flag bearer is automatically the head of the PCC within the state. But Wike is working hard to force himself into APC through the back door. We shouldn't take him seriously. Amechi will be the last person to support corrupt PDP. I agree the elder Obidima on federal government position, I'm sure he meant to say, and CBN policy on Naira redesign. They are the right direction. No need to extend it. After all, Nigerians have already gotten used to the policy. All right, we got your thoughts on that. Let's get on to the last story. I can't take any more because of time, but we had this from the NFE spokesperson who says the National Director of Publicity and Advocacy of Northern Elders Forum, Hakim Baba Ahmed, has described the lingering Naira swap policy as a mess-up from President Muhammadu Buhari on the eve of the general elections. While speaking on Channels Television, Baba Ahmed insisted that the Naira swap was a serious demarketing for the ruling All Progressives Congress. How we got here is because President Buhari has messed up to the point that he's ready to go to have allowed this kind of mess to happen when you're even campaigning for your own party. The money thing is a major demarketing strategy for the APC. If there was any strategy to lose the election, it couldn't have been around the fiasco of changing the nation's currency. All right, so let me get to you now, Mr. Swag. Let's get your thoughts on this here. NEF spokesperson says this money policy is serious demarketing for the APC, and it just seems to see
indeed
they're seeking to fail.
Politics is all about popularity. So if the people are in this much hardship, it's a demarketing of the party already. And in the economy, security, human rights record, this party has not done so well in government. And this is the crescendo of it all. People suffering, finding it difficult to access their money, goods and services, not readily accessed. And I think it's very nearly a death knell, to this party, if it were not for ethnic politics and other sentiments by which politics is played in Nigeria. If it were in some of these advanced countries that we know, I think APC would really go down.
Do you think it was a deliberate act, like, oh, let's do this because, it's going to put APC in a bad light? Was it a deliberate act, or they really thought they were doing good?
I wouldn't say it was a deliberate act. I prefer to look at things much more objectively. I think there was an attempt to bring some civility into our fiscal management, but it's turned out to be this because of the characteristically sloppy manner in which this same party or this same government does things. And again, I see also, I'm bothered by the deep sense of disrespect which we have for our populace. Every time we want to enact a policy, it's just as if we just want it done anyhow. The people will cope anyhow. There has to be a thinking through of these policies to ensure that the citizens bear the least of the brunt of these policies. They have to be thought out carefully. In respect. There should be strong respect for the citizens, to ensure that we don't have this kind of sufferings.
Right. Okay, we got your thoughts on that. Chief Lofty Okerim.
What is happening currently, based on the statements of is it not
not an elders forum, yes.
It's just an example of a man that is done, fears no fall. President Muhammad Buhari's administration has brought Nigeria to East Nile, and to them, there's nothing that they will do today that will be worse or that will be seen as worse than what we have been experiencing. That is why they can afford to starve Nigerians of easy means of transportation as a result of the high cost of petroleum products. They starve Nigeria of cash, of introducing a policy that has no remedy or alternative, that has caused serious injuries on Nigerians. Even when we are in a very major transition period, everything the same time. So I tend to agree with the man that if truly the essence of being in political party is to ascend to power through political party, what he's doing today is completely a case of demarketing. He has demarcated the party to the extent that if Nigeria was a society where actually the actions of the actions and inactions can affect you positively or negatively in the polls, I'm thinking that APC would have had no chance in 2023 election. But for the mistake of even the major opposition that is also towing the same line of APC. So I wish that the wish of Nigerians would have come to pass in the other way. Then by 2027 they would have known that God passed man. But for today, let everything is in the hands of God. Let's see what's happened.
For today, who passed rule now?
As it turned, as it said, God passed.
You know that I've always maintained that apart from the Almighty God, government is the most powerful thing on earth all over the world. Government, apart from God. So government is that powerful. So that's why I said, except God intervene, because I do not know what they have in mind. I mean, talking about Emefiele, talking about President Muhammad Buhari, talking about Malami, that is even making the lives of El-Rufai to be reacting. This morning I was going through my social media. For the first time, when these big men have cases in court, they don't appear. It's only their lawyers. But you see, I saw Erufai, I saw Yaya Bello, I saw Matawale, and other governors in court. These are men who have refused to appear in any public space to speak against purchasing of petrol at 450 naira and 500 naira during the Christmas period. Even up to now, the least I have purchased petrol this year is 340 naira. That's the least I have purchased petrol. And meanwhile, the government is still telling me that they are paying for subsidy. This government of Nigeria, these men have not gone to court to challenge it to say, why is this happening? But today, we're talking about money because some people are saying we want to eradicate vote buying. Some people are saying we want to make sure that this policy goes this way or the other way. And governors have gone to court by themselves. And not just going to court through their lawyers, they are seated in court this morning to challenge this policy. So that is making the whole thing look as if maybe let's also have a little sympathy for Emefiele and federal government. Because for this men to come, these men that have subjected us to this kind of problem in Nigeria, going to court, we will be saying, for these people to go in court, they may have special interest. So let's have sympathy for CBN also to say. Right. But CBN themselves too have not brought any alternative to actually cushion the effect of the policy they have brought to Nigeria. So where are we going to? That's why I said our hope is in God now.
Chief Love, okay, we got your position. Thank you very much. Let's hear this story from the Guardian newspaper. From the Guardian newspaper, we have a people Atiku restates pledge to accommodate Southeast in ruling Nigeria. Atiku restates pledge to accommodate Southeast in ruling Nigeria as people with disabilities root for vice president. For the second time yesterday, presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, stated that he remains the stepping stone to Igbo achieving their dream of producing president of Nigeria, insisting that his party was poised to winning the 2023 general elections. Addressing supporters at a rally shunned by Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi at Michael Okpara Square in Enugu, the ex-vice president insisted that by voting the PDP in the forthcoming elections, Southeast will remain in the mainstream of politics of the country and in the long run develop, warning that those that doing the contrary will place the zone in the minority. He said, when we came here 2 months ago to attend the zonal conference of the Southeast, I said to the Southeasterners that I'm going to be the stepping stone for an Igbo president, and I mean it. Whether an Igbo man is from the Southeast or South-South, it is the same race. Today, my running mate is an Igbo man. It is a universal ethnic group. So my brothers and sisters, I want you to continue believing in PDP. I want to let you know that this country is geared towards electing a PDP government, and we should not be an exception, and we should not be in the minority. The next government of the country will be formed by the PDP. So you must be in the mainstream of Nigerian politics. And that is the only way we can bring about prosperity, economic development, and growth of the economy of this part of the country. Abubakar, whose speech took barely 2 minutes, stated that Enugu since 1999 has been a PDP state, assuring the state will require to continue to receive the required attention. The state will require to continue to receive the required attention. You must continue to be in the PDP for you to get the attention you require. That's what he's saying.
You see, Annie, I think all these politicians, they have a problem with the word of being very deceitful.
Okay.
Alhaji Atiku Abubakar was there when the PDP was talking that when, for instance, Mahi of Ebonyi State and all the rest of them were pulling out from PDP because they feel they were not treated well. The Igbo nation, let me put it that way. Let's say the Southeasterners. Now, Alhaji Atiku that time was very much interested in picking the flag of the PDP to run for it. But remember, as at that time, there was smothering meetings and all that for the South people to take over. It's their own turn to produce the president. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar heard all these things very well. But his interest is that he wants to be a president now. And now eventually has picked and is the flag bearer of the PDP. He has come back telling people that we're actually a center that where they were saying, no, these people should have produced the president, the presidential candidate at least. From there, it goes to the president. He is now telling them, because He knows nothing can be done now to snatch that away from him. He said, you see, after me, you people will become. I'll make it possible. Is it the very first time the Southeasterners have heard that? It's not now. So if they accept, fine. If they don't, fine. The issue is that these politicians should never be believed. All of them, A to Z. Once they tell you something in the afternoon and you follow them, before evening, they will change. And there's nothing you can do. So, truth is not what is used in politics. And I think, especially in Nigerian brand, I'm not sure anywhere in the world the truth is followed in politics. So, but Nigeria is like a convoluted type that wherein, in fact, it's like a skyscraper. The lies that are in politics. And nothing anybody can do about it. So, if Atiku is telling the Southeasterners, and they believe him, when it reaches the time, they will also have to use their hanky, perhaps perfect, immaculate ones, and clean their eyes, and it ends there.
Dr. Bitima?
I think Atiku's statement is highly pediatric and pedestrian, and it insults the sensibilities of Igbo race. You know, how can somebody come to your house and begin to insult you, still accommodate him without chasing him out? Atiku is a Fulani man. Buhari is a Fulani man who is going out, and he's not saying anywhere Fulani man comes, but he says Northeast have not gotten this thing. Now he's saying Igbo person presidency, whether from South or Southeast. You know, why are you trying to bamboozle a race to accepting your own mindset? Because Okowa from Niger Delta, you see him as an Igbo person now, not a Southeast person. And you from Northeast, a Fulani man, you see yourself as a Northeast, not as a Fulani man wanting to succeed another Fulani man. It's insulting. And two, saying that the Igbo can get presidency through him. So you are belittling a race that was a major, one of the major tripod of Nigeria, one of the three biggest distinct, and you from a minority. The Fulani is a minority in this country. We will not be telling such a major tribe,
but with power,
you know, that you are going to give them, and through you the aspirations will be gotten, and Igbos will just hear you and cheer you. It's not for them anyway. But whatever I'm saying is this: I've listened, followed most of their campaigns, and it's still between Tinubu and Atiku. It's still that old narrative. When they go to a particular state, you know, they will say one thing. I think they will do all those things in those states. Unlike P2B that will say, look, this is my plank. If it goes to North, it talks of agriculture. It talks of agriculture. And maybe resourcing the Tesla industries. But Tinubu was saying yesterday in Imo State, I will make Imo a tourist hub. You know, I don't know how, when Imo became a tourist.
Got potential.
Why can't he make it a tourist hub? What's wrong with making Imo?
It's these two people.
No. I asked a question before you. Why can't Imo State be a tourist hub?
Are there any potentials for that?
Excuse me. What is the tourism potentials in Imo State?
Why they don't? There's none.
No. Where is it?
I don't understand. The people don't have a culture. People don't have anything to sell.
Can't he make
there are several places. Hold on, calm down. There are several places you can turn into a tourism hub. Several places. Imo State being one of them.
Let me come. This is my thoughts.
It is your thought, but then I'm challenging it.
No. It's not challenging.
There's nothing wrong with turning Imo State into a tourist hub. It was Obi that said it. You probably see that.
No. Because let me tell you, it's not that Obi said it.
That is not what I'm saying. What is wrong with creating Imo State as a tourism hub?
Obi is not going every time and say, look, this is what I would do in this state.
You just told us he went to that when he wanted agriculture. Have there been there's not been doing agriculture in the north that he went to? Is he new to them?
It's a different agricultural program we are talking about.
So it's a different tourism. It's a different tourism that Tinubu is talking about.
It comes to Niger Delta. he sees the potential of the Niger Delta, how to challenge it and emphasize it. It's not
That's
that
what Tinubu do. He saw the potential of tourism in Imo State.
Now that Atiku went to Enugu State, why did he not talk about reviving the coal industry?
Maybe he doesn't want to.
The coal sector.
Maybe he doesn't want.
He doesn't want. So this is the day he want Igbo presidency. He is through him. You see, if the Igbos actually want to be insulted, it's left for them. But what I'm trying to say is that, this issue of playing on the psyche of people in the name of politics, like a man said, so deceptive and all those things. We are tired of that kind of politics. We need a new hope, a new narrative that we actually be pushing out to where we ought to go. Like, the matter of people be consumption to production. We know that production has collapsed in this country. And we're a consuming nation. We know when production was at its peak in this nation, how this nation was. It was a darling of the world.
All right. Dr.
So, and this is what he wants to do.
Dr. Bitima, we got your thoughts there. Thank you very much. Let me move on to Mr. Oswago.
Yeah, so the last time we had this kind of discussion, I was able to point out, or I pointed out that Igbos have some kind of political disadvantage in the country, and everybody seems to be cashing in on it, So for Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, it seems his personal ambition appears to be a lot more greater than that of the Igbos, because if the Igbos would, I think this opportunity he has taken is the strongest which Igbos have had in a long time. So if there were speculations that the People's Democratic Party would zone the presidency to the Igbos, but I think his own ambitions curtailed it. He brought his weight behind it, fought for his ambition, and now he has seen it through. And his ambition actually runs contrary to the rotation principle, because he'll be taking over from somebody who is a northerner. So, but then again, he's playing pragmatic Nigerian politics, because he believes that if by any chance he won these elections, it will be more convenient for the Igbos to support him than to support Tinubu. Or looking ahead, it will be more convenient for the Igbos to support him than Tinubu, because if Tinubu emerged, then the Southerners will have a run of 8 years, headed by the Southwesterners, and then of course the presidency will go to the North again. So he's keyed into that primordial Nigerian kind of politics. And then again, there's something he said here which struck me. He said that supporting him by the Igbos is the biggest way or the greatest chance for the Igbos to attract development to themselves. I think this also represents everything wrong with Nigeria. The fact that you need to grab power to bring development to your own section of the country. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar in 2019 was talking about getting states to be autonomous. We want to hear more of that now, so that states could have the autonomy to drive their own development rather than look at the center. Okay, and that's one bad thing about our politics, because this consideration of political alliance, regional political alliance, before considering the reputation of the candidates, before considering ideology, is one thing that has impaired Nigerian politics. Is one thing that has impaired governance in Nigeria. Somebody is certainly seen as not a very good candidate, but you have a horde of people from his own section of the country supporting him because they know that that's the only way they can access development. Development is not a function of what's happening in that locality or in that domain or in that region locally. It's not a function of what they are producing, but a function of how much they can politically align with the center.
Exactly.
I think it bears out everything wrong, and I think Atiku shouldn't be taken very seriously.
Serious but not very.
Shouldn't be taken very seriously.
Right then. Chief Lovedale Kerry.
And what else can I say?
Tell us how serious we should take Atiku.
Because my colleagues in the studio here have done justice to the issue, but to also register my thoughts. Atiku's statement, by my own assessment, is an insult to Igbo race. So if Atiku so like Igbos that he is this stepping stone, why did he not step down during the primary to say, no, these Igbos are supposed to be president, they should come? Because I'm sure that Igbos even have people that are more qualified to be president than him. If you go to Igbo land today, there are people that are very eminently qualified. Why didn't he say, no, I like these people. I should be a stepping stone. Now, this ticket is supposed to be, even now it's not late too. Because there is option. INEC have option for you to resign. It's either if you die, your party can replace you, or if you also resign your candidate as a candidate of the party, then the party, he can discuss it with you and other members of the party to say, this thing I'm holding does not belong to me. I have sympathy for Igbos. I'm resigning so that the Igbo man will come and take it. So that PDP now will now look for somebody from Igbo to give it to. And look at another statement again.
Primaries, because it has to be through the primaries.
Of course, it will be arranged now. It's a party. It's an internal thing. They can do it after because politics is all about negotiation and dialogue. They can dialogue it, and then he will not step down and he will give it to Igbo man. Now look at another slap again on the Igbo race. As far as I'm concerned, when you're talking about politics here, you remember that what drives our conscience in politics here is ethnicity and religion mostly. Even we played hand on political party in most cases. It will be difficult for me to accept that if maybe what's his name, Atiku's deputy Okowa becomes president today, and Igbo man will tell that Igbo man has been president of Nigeria. It will be difficult for me to believe it. Or anybody from Edo State, Delta State, or even from River State. Okay, Goodluck Jonathan is from South. He's assumed to be Igbo man. Did the Southeasterners say that somebody Igbo man has been president?
He's not an Igbo man.
Thank you very much. So Atiku saying that as far as he's concerned, his deputy is a Igbo man, and anybody from South is another way of deceiving the Igbos in advance. So Atiku should stop making
the Igbos in the South. But are there not Igbos in the South?
In this politics we're talking about now, we are talking about indigenous Igbo candidature. People from Imo State, Abia State, Enugu State.
That's what I'm saying. Except you're going to say no. We're talking about Igbos in the South.
In this context now,
Igbos.
In this context,
it depends on the context.
And in this context now, we're talking politics. If you go to Oyibo, there's a place called Asa, Ndoke. Yes. All those areas are completely Igbo Igbo race. Even if somebody from River State, so even if somebody from there today, even in Ebema here, you know, if you go to Ebema, there are some part of Ebema is in Imo State, some are in River State. So if you like, let somebody from Ebema, River State, who is Igbo man, become president today. Igbo man will tell you that the man is from River State. They will tell you so. Not to talk of somebody who is from who is a governor or sitting governor of a Delta State. And you are telling the Igbos that you are telling them that your deputy is Igbo man. Why didn't you go to Enugu or Anambra State to take your deputy?
Are we saying he's not an Igbo man, or because he's from Delta State, he's
region.
not an Igbo?
Of region.
No, we're talking politics
here.
No,
that's what I'm saying. No, he's an Igbo man, but he's not the region that they. Let's be specific.
Exactly.
It's the region.
It's not the
Southeast.
Okay, let me agree with you, Anne. Now let me agree. But I'm saying that we're looking at Abia State, Imo State, Anambra State, Southeast zone. So they shouldn't be playing these pranks to say, okay, look at what Emefiele is doing now. They assume that it's somebody, it's Igbo man that is doing it too. And Igbo people are telling you that that man is from Delta State. I was even thinking that he's from Anambra.
No, he's an Igbo man.
No. You see, so what I'm saying is that Atiku's statement is highly deceitful. It's not a sincere statement. And every Igbo man should take it as an insult to Igbo race, because Igbo people have a right to decide who govern them, who would represent them in government. Not Atiku say that he's a stepping stone. If he has been a stepping stone, he would have done it. And even now that it is not late, he can also resign and bring Igbo man on board to come and be president.
You see, Anne, when I said these politicians are deceitful, like I said, all of them, even Okowa, that is his deputy. When there is nothing election, if you tell Ifeanyi Okowa that you are an Igbo man, he may dispute that. He may tell you no. But right now, for the convenience, for the maybe convenience of politics, he is coming down. He's allowing Atiku to say that Okowa is Igbo, and Okowa is keeping quiet about it. The truth is that a man, no man chooses where he is born into. Wherever you find yourself, you take, whether they accept. I know that somebody from Asaba is an Igbo man. And I know those people, some of them in Delta. Obidima's village.
No.
All of them. So, whether they accept or not.
I have a friend from Rumukuta who passionately argues that they are Igbos. No, that they are Igbos. Right? On social media, on Facebook.
There you are.
For about 6 months.
There you are.
No, it's contentious.
No, you have it.
I respect wherever anybody says they are from, but it's always contentious.
Like I said, Annie, wherever you find yourself.
The Igbos are from where?
The Igbos are from Igbo land. Where else?
They say they're from Israel.
Most of them, you can trace it.
And you are from where?
They're from
Benin. That's the truth. That's our history. You can't tell me my history.
Even
my father and my mother.
They are all Igbos, but
doesn't want to be part of the
don't start what you cannot finish.
Sometimes you also behave like the Fulanis. You want to lodge it over.
He is not saying why he is running away.
I am a full-fledged Eche man from Eche ethnic nationality.
Where is Eche
from south of River State. That is where I come from. Eche ethnic nationality. Made up of Eche and Omoma. Yes. No, don't deceive the public. Ikure is the junior brother of Eche. Don't deceive the audience. Ikure is junior brother to Eche. That was why when we were in the Ikwereche local government area, we had only one Royal Majesty governing all the area, who was that, and that was EMB Oprum. Go and ask.
And he's from Eche.
He's from Eche. It was recently that they begin to create more stools. So Ikure is the junior brother to Eche. I'm telling you, because Ikure was fortunate to become the capital of the state, so they became more popular. And the population explosion. I mean, Ikure communities. So that is the advantage that they have. But if you talk about, people can call it. Even people from Ikure will attest to what I'm telling you. In the traditional setting of River State, if you are going to where they are sharing cola, Eche will collect before Ikure. It is very obvious. I'm telling you this.
Okay. So just a moment. Do you guys have a history in some of the other places where I hear, there were 7 brothers and then they went this way and this one formed the tree and that one formed the tree? Is there anything like that?
No, 3 brothers.
Honey, if I begin to tell you,
I just want to know if I can get this.
Hold on. If I begin to tell you the history of, there are 2 establishments, 2 histories of Eche. How Eche became. There are 2 histories.
So what
one is traceable to Bini, and the other one is traceable to Igbo land. That is Owerri. As I speak with you, it is a very long story, but it's not something that we can just, at a twinkle of an eye.
The people came and then the Ikwe people fell out from there. Is that what you're saying? From the
Don't worry, it's a story for another day.
You were patient listening to that. But
I think
the bottom line is Ikwe is the junior brother to Eche. There's nothing to debate about it.
Think about it, one of these days on hardball. It'd be nice to know.
No, it's not a debatable. It is a fact. It's a statement of facts.
He says he has another fact. That's the problem. He says he has
my
another
pity
fact.
is with Benin now. Everyone is Benin.
No, I think that there are two. If you meet Professor Sam Otamri, Professor Sam Otamri is in Ignatius Virginia University.
Yeah.
In fact, he has written a paper, so to say, about what we are discussing about, and I have them. So he, the author, we can invite him as well.
Google the languages in Nigeria. Ikwere is a distinct language from Igbo. Google it.
That is not the issue we are talking about here. That is not the issue.
That was put in by somebody.
That is not the issue.
Was put in by somebody.
No.
It was somebody who launched it in
It's based on research.
That is not the issue.
Languages in
The issue here is that you are coming to deceive the public by saying that Eche is a new brother. And I'm telling you, no.
It's distinct from Igbo.
All right. Okay. Let's leave it at that. Thank you very much.
I come from wherever, like myself. I don't know.
Go and ask why coming from Imo State, Eche is at the beginning and going down to the end of Port Harcourt, Eche is also there. Have you been to Borokri?
You got life and others.
Have you been to Borokri?
Wow.
And can you get other stories?
I'm just surprised at this. Well, we'll take this last story, and it's about the G5 political rascality. Yesterday, we didn't touch that, Emmanuel. There's a story on the G5 yesterday.
Yes.
Whether they'd lost their steam.
Yes.
Right. G5 political rascality against Atiku says in the month of May 2022, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar from the Northeast was elected the PDP presidential candidate for the 2023 general election. He pulled 371 votes to defeat his closest rival, River State Governor Nyesom Wike from the South, who pulled 237 votes. Former Senate President Bukola Saraki from the North Central scored 70 votes to come a distant third. The members of the G5 thereafter petitioned that the party presidential candidate and the national chairman of the party should not come from the same zone and demanded for the resignation of Iyorchia Ayu from the North Central geopolitical zone as chairman of the party, believing that the rotation and zoning policy of the party has been breached by Atiku Abubakar. They upheld it should rotate to the south after 8 years of Buhari as president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria from the month of October 2010 to 2014. My canvas on the rotation and zoning policy of the PDP constitution has taken me to meet former President Olusegun Obasanjo, late Solomon La, Chief Jim Nwobodo, late Malam Adamu Chiroma, who was then leader of the Northern Political Leaders Forum, Chief Bode George, and lastly, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. Article 73C of the PDP Constitution states, in pursuance of the principle of equity, fairness, and justice, the party shall adhere to the policy of rotation and zoning of party and public elective offices, and it shall be enforced by the appropriate executive committee at all levels. The party constitution established and recognized 6 geopolitical zones, namely the Northwest, Northeast, North Central, North Southwest, South South, and Southeast. Understanding the zoning policy, the rotation is on north and south basis. The zoning relates to the 6 geopolitical zones, one after the other, premised on the principle of equity, justice, and fairness. At the 1999 general elections, Olusegun Obasanjo was PDP presidential candidate. At the 2003 presidential election again, President Olusegun Obasanjo from the Southwest was the party presidential candidate. At the 2007 presidential election, the party presidential candidates rotated to the north, and President Umar Musa Yar'Adua from the Northwest was elected president at the 2021 presidential primary. The party presidential candidacy rotated to the south, and Goodluck Jonathan from the South emerged the party presidential candidate. At the 2015 presidential election again, President Goodluck Jonathan emerged as the party presidential candidate. At the 2019 presidential primary, the party presidential candidates rotated to the north, and Alhaji Atiku Abubakar from the Northeast emerged as the party's presidential candidate. And at 2022 party presidential primary again, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar from the Northeast emerged as the party's presidential candidate for 2023 general election. Henceforth, in 2007, the party presidential must, I think it's going to be, the party presidential candidacy must rotate to the south and the zone to the southeast, and thereafter must rotate to the north and zone to the North Central geopolitical zone. This is in the spirit of rotation and zoning of the PDP constitution. It is clear that the Southwest had the party presidential candidate in 1999 and 2003, and the South in 2011 and 2015. A party precedent has thereby been established, and no breach of the rotation and zoning has been committed by the Northeast under Atiku Abubakar being PDP presidential candidate in 2019 and in 2023. If Nyesom Wike from the South had been elected party presidential candidate for the 2023 general election, there would have been a fundamental breach and destruction of the rotation and zoning policy, because Wike's South geopolitical zone produced President Goodluck Jonathan in 2011 and 2015. The G5 erred in their decision in allowing all Southern candidates contest for the party candidate, whereas it was the turn of Southeast candidates by virtue of the rotation and zoning policy and not the South. The rotation and zoning policy is strictly a PDP affair and has nothing to do with APC that presented a Northwest president in 2015 and 2019. If the APC had respected the rotation and zoning policy, which they do not have in their party constitution, they should not have presented President Buhari from the Northwest after Yar'Adua from the Northwest was elected president in 2007.
The APC has done same again, electing a Southwest president after President Olusegun Obasanjo from the Southwest was president, whereas the Northeast, North Central, and Southeast has not produced a president. The complaint of the G5 after Atiku Abubakar from the Northeast was elected party presidential candidate was that the national chairman, Iyorchia Ayu, from the North Central should resign on the premise that both Atiku and Ayu are from the North. There is no provision of the party constitution that stipulates that the presidential candidate of the party and the national chairman cannot or should not emerge from the same North or Southern region. There is therefore no legal or moral justification for this complaint. Atiku Abubakar has no powers whatsoever to remove or demand for the resignation of the national chairman, who was legally elected to serve a term in office in accordance with the provisions of the party constitution, not having been found guilty of any breach of the party constitution. To the members of the G5, we ask and beg for an answer. Where were they in 2010, June 17th, when Dr. Okwesilizi Nwodo from the Southeast was elected a national chairman of the party at the same time President Goodluck Jonathan from the South was president? For the leaders of the G5 who are members of the PDP to agree to support a presidential candidate not being a member of their party is nothing short of political rascality within the border of political insanity. Well, like we know, the G5 hasn't come out openly and said this is who we're supporting, except I think the only person who's been a little bit more vocal on that is Autumn.
But he put a caveat that makes him.
Yes, he says I can't hold your hands and campaign with you because I'm of the PDP. But if you ask me, you're the best person for the job. I don't know what else anybody needs to know. That's where he wants everybody to vote. But this is what this writer says, that this is rascality. It has nothing to do with the constitution of the PDP. So, Emmanuel, let me get your thoughts on this here. What do you think?
Well, Annie, is it like the right? I don't know the author, and I will also want to know the author.
I know you will.
Is it?
Adeniran Ogusanya.
Okay. Is it like Adesanya is talking about? He is calling it rascality. I think rascality is what, in fact, forms the foundation of politics in Nigeria. Rascality. Now, if he's saying that, I think the clearest question he asks that G5 should have considered before taking their journey of maybe saying, PDP, we are this side, you are this side, let's be pulling on this particular rope. Whenever it snaps, we all fall. Or if it works well, one side steps down for another, then the other one takes the glory. I tell you, is when he said Okwesilizi was chairman, and of course, Goodluck Jonathan became chairman again. What happened? It was from the south, both of them. Both of them, and of course, from the south and southeast. But all the people that are in the G5, they were there, and they knew exactly what happened at that time. None of them talked against it. You see, I don't know. Maybe that's why it's best not to be a politician, because when you start checking the activities, you know that these people, in fact, will sit down and then prime others in terms of the road of deceitfulness. Now tell me why you allow that. So you pick and choose when to react. This man, Adeniran Ogusanya, wrote this piece stating what happened in Nigeria, and all the people in the G5 knew when it happened. And when you come and tell me how you promised to step down, is it a solid agreement? Does the constitution of PDP back that? If it doesn't, they can as well just say you take that one was maybe, if you like, a beer parlor agreement. We won't have. That is why Atiku is telling you I don't have such powers to remove him. And I keep on saying, Ugwuanyi is Autumn that is a bit far away. Ugwuanyi is from Enugu. Okezie is from Abia. Who again? Then Wike is from Rivers. All these people, they saw exactly when all these things happen, and they didn't protest that why should Jonathan be? Why should Okwesilizi be? But they are the people behind that kind of protest now. Now, in this kind of light, are you now telling me that they are being fair? The answer to Emmanuel Ndukwe is no. Because you have to be right, and solidly so, and be seen to be standing on the right pedestal. Not because it's your brother, you do differently. is the other person is your distant friend, you won't do it because it's your distant friend. All I know is that the PDP has its a law book, which is the Constitution. Whatever is stated in the Constitution is what should prevail. But the problem I have, that the PDP itself as a political party does not respect its Constitution. And so which way are we going to? It's just like you go up in a palm tree at the topmost level.
Well, that's what the writer is saying here, that they stuck to the Constitution.
No,
that's what he said here.
And that's what Adenira is saying. But I'm telling you, they didn't. Annie, if, for instance, the PDP has no, recommendation for zoning in its constitution, it would have been a different case for
what
Emmanuel.
Zoning, Emmanuel? Zoning of the presidency or zoning of
no
zoning
position?
I don't think it's very
position
clear.
Of presidency.
Exactly. I don't think it's clear in that constitution.
No, it's clear.
It's very clear. Very, very clear.
Wait.
The presidency.
Yes.
I don't think so. And for me, I've read that. Why not? Annie, can you clear that out for us?
I'm trying to pull
Please,
can you do?
The national chairman and the president cannot come from
I'm
the
not
same
talking
zone.
about that.
No, he said there's nothing in the Constitution that states national president and the candidate cannot come from the same zone.
Good, I did see that one.
It's expedient in that constitution.
Like Adenira said, I did see that one. But the one I know is that when, let's say, the North finishes his presidency, the thing comes to the South. That's the one I know that exists in the PDP constitution.
No, I don't think it does. I don't think it does.
And you see, I think there are some
Well, hold on. It says,
discussions.
understanding the zoning policy, the rotation is on north and south basis.
Thank you.
The zoning relates to the 6 geopolitical zones, one after the other, premised on the principle of equity, justice, and fairness.
Thank you.
At the 1999 general elections, Olusegun Obasanjo was PDP presidential candidate. At the 2003 presidential election, again, President Olusegun Obasanjo from the southwest was the party's presidential candidate. At the 2007 presidential election, the party presidential candidate rotated to the north, and President Umar Musa Yar'Adua from the northwest was elected president. At the 2011 presidential primary, the party presidential candidacy rotated to the south, and Goodluck Jonathan from the south emerged the party presidential candidate. At the 2015 presidential election, again, President Goodluck Jonathan emerged as the party presidential candidate. At the 2019 presidential primary, the party presidency rotated to the north, and Alhaji Atiku Abubakar from the northeast emerged as the party presidential candidate. And at 2022 party presidential primary, again, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar from the northeast emerged as the party presidential candidate for the 2003 election. Henceforth, the party presidential must rotate to the south and zone to the southeast, and thereafter must rotate to the north. That is thereafter, after this one, it will rotate to the south and be zoned to the southeast. And then when it rotates after that to the north, it will be zoned to the north central geopolitical zone. This is the spirit of the rotation and zoning policy of the PDP constitution. It is clear that the southwest had the party presidential candidate in 1999 and 2003, the south-south in 2011 and 2015. A party president has thereby been established, and no breach of the rotation and zoning policy had been committed by the Northeast under Atiku Abubakar being PDP presidential candidate in 2019 and 2023.
No, maybe to my understanding, because I am not a member of PDP. The issue is that
the bottom line he's saying here, right?
No, I understand what he said.
He's okay. I'm just trying to buttress.
I thought you were even trying to read from the Constitution. I didn't know. You are reading an article on a certain party.
Do you have it? Do you have the? You are in the PDP.
No, I don't have it handy. It's not handy with me here now.
PDP Constitution. The point I think he's trying to lay here was that in both cases we saw the people who
two terms,
and luckily for those people, they emerged.
Yes.
Atiku has not emerged. For them, there's still that means the slot for the north. Hey. Remember, we argued. There was a time we argued this year, Emmanuel.
Yeah.
When we said, does that mean that with each time that they go for the primaries, that it's always going to be somebody from the north that will emerge? And I said, well, if that's what their constitution stipulates, that within the party, because this has nothing to do, and the person here said that this constitution is for the PDP, has nothing to do with the nation or with APC.
If you don't mind, just whatever they're doing within the party shouldn't be in isolation of the reality of the country. So if there is an extant president from the north, to satisfy rotation by conscience, they have to, pay respect to that too. Okay, that's why people were expecting that within the party they would have rotated to the south. Okay, and I think that was breeding this kind of bad blood now at the moment. So, again, in their constitution, I've read a portion of their constitution over and over that talks about rotation. It talks about rotation of positions within the party across the regions. I have not seen in black and white anything that talks about rotation of the presidency. In addition to rotation of the presidency, it also has to be stated in black and white that this rotation has to consider wherever the former president or the president to be succeeded is coming from.
Well, I'll go back to the because I know that the PDP constitution,
by conscience,
by what they call a gentleman agreement, is not in the constitution.
It has to be.
They have to not text or south text, then the other one text. That is what I'm not interested in reading a constitution of a political party, but this one I went so that I can know exactly what is happening in PDP, whether it's right or wrong. Now I'm saying Atiku did not emerge, and he continues. He wants to emerge. Maybe that's why he took the slot, since others have been taking two terms. What I'm only saying is that since what's his name, the same Atiku now, then vied for in 2019 and they did not clinch it. Now maybe the reason is that I want to
probably will have done too except that he died.
Then what would the amount if the amount was northern succeeding in northern?
There are a lot of distortions in that write-up. I don't quite agree with the author. You see, there is a known convention. Everything is not about constitution. Everything is not about constitution. There are conventions also that exist in organizations, in communities, in any institution, and those things will be respected. If you come from 1999, when President Obasanjo emerged, I think the first chairman of the party was Solomon La. Now Obasanjo was still serving as president when Gamade emerged, or Sunday Awuni, either of them. But whatever it is, it has been like that. When Yaradua was emerged as the president, it was Vincent Ogulafo. I was there, the chairman. Good luck, he's alluding that he said in 2000 when Yaradua, he didn't contest. When Yaradua died, he took over to finish that tenure. Good luck and Okwesile Nwodo was the chairman then when Yaradua was the president. And that Nwodo was chairman, Good luck was president. Good luck did not contest primary. It was not zone. He just took over to finish that tenure of Yaradua. It was when Gulo was running for the primary of this thing that Adamu Muazu became the chairman of PDP. So there have been this understanding in PDP that when the presidential candidate is from the north, the chairman is going to the south and all those stuff. Then in this case,
how did they bring Adamu Muazu?
During the proper convention. During the proper convention.
No, this person was the chairman before now. Adamu Muazu took over. This man from Gombe, the former governor now, is it
Gamade?
No, there's from that Gombe. It was the national chairman of the party before Muazu took over from him. When Gulo was president.
I'm trying to remember his name. I know who you are talking about.
Tuko.
The question I'm asking is the emergence of these people. How did it come about?
It came about through their zoning arrangement.
Was there a primary? Or they just said, "Oh, you come"?
No, it was their primary now, and their conventions in terms of like that of Bamanga Toko and Adamu. There are some circumstance that was around the Bamanga Toko. He have to step out, and Adamu from that area now took over. You know, so there have been that kind of understanding.
I think I remember the argument on that even if IU was to step away, that the constitution will need somebody from IU's region to take over.
No. It's not when a presidential this thing has emerged.
That's what I'm saying. For that presidential candidate to emerge, and you want to get somebody from the south now to balance in this case.
Yes.
Now, what you must have is a convention.
A convention, yeah, I agree with you. So, and a special convention can be organized. But whatever it is, you see, Atiku, he is not into this kind of zoning thing. I see Atiku, if he doesn't go his way, he can go to another party. He just wants to be president of the country.
That's all.
You know, he just wants to be president. You know, when it is
and
like
almost all of them.
Yes, but this one, in this case, when it is like
the same thing. Didn't Peter Obi leave that place and go to Labour?
No.
Didn't Peter Obi leave other parties to go to other place because he wanted to be what he wanted to be?
No.
Peter Obi is not breaching any constitution of any party.
We're not talking about breaching. We're saying what he
I
just
know
wants
what
to be
I'm trying
president.
to
As Atiku breach any constitution by leaving party to be.
No. Look at what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Supposing Atiku still has that age and other things on his side, and in next election, and he see that the presidential DC may not come to the north or may not favor the north, he could decide.
Then he will come again in 2027. He will come again.
You know, where the thing will now. You see, that is the kind of game he has been playing. All this while. So, and two, though there is no national consensus on this issue of rotational presidency, but parties should creatively manage these things to reduce rank.
Okay, all right. We'll go your thoughts. Let me get to Mr. Oswa. Go here.
I think I don't think the issue of where the national chairman comes from, you know, that's my gut feeling that it should be the reason to throw away the baby and the bathwater, or to put the party in such a predicament, especially at this kind of critical moment of seeking for the presidency. I think, however, that the most important issue should have been whether Atiku was supposed to have emerged from the PDP in the first place. And so I naturally see these reactions of these governors, the G5 governors, as some kind of bad blood emanating from the emergence of Atiku Abubakar himself. They are not either that or the fact that some other parties to them do not really like his emergence for some other reasons. You know, I honestly think that this issue of the chairmanship is being used to cover this much more important dissatisfaction with Atiku's emergence. That's what I strongly think. Yeah.
All right. Let me get to you now. We're moving on. Chief Lovedale Kere.
Yes, Annie, you see, what drives ambition as a politician is your interest.
All right.
And what waters that interest is continuous dialogue and negotiation as a politician. When there were interests on who become president, how do we zone? And the thing was trying to bring internal wrangling in PDP. A committee was set up, drawing people from all over the country. And they come up to say we are throwing it open because everybody is qualified constitutionally to contest. And at the end of the day, Atiku won. Whether I like it or not, when there is a contest and there is a winner and there are losers, people will be angry, people will be happy. Now, as a political party, the only thing you do immediately is to bring everybody together and move on. Now, if a certain set of persons have said that, look, because me, I am somebody who believes in what the Constitution is saying, what the law is and not what the law ought to be. I'm an apostle of that. Now, if at the end of the election, some group of persons said, okay, this has happened, can we mend fences by doing the right thing based on what our Constitution said, that these two positions cannot come from the same place? Now, if you are saying that it is as a result of bad blood, is a cover up with the national chairman. Try it first and see whether after changing the chairman, whether they will still continue to do what they are doing. It's a very simple thing. The presidency is much more important than any other position. If today Atiku wins as president and Ayu is not, he resigns as the national chairman, Ayu is better placed. In fact, he will be respected in the party. He will even be the most beautiful bride of the party for having sacrificed his position to enable the party win. Okay, today now, if PDP loses today because there was division, are you not lost?
Ultimately, is that not what the people in the G5 want? That the PDP loses anyways?
Of course, yes. Now, in this case, now
you want your party to lose.
No. Excuse me.
No, at one point you're talking about sacrifice, and I'm thinking, okay, so if the sacrifice is not happening from point A, is point B not also willing to sacrifice? Because I've heard this over and over that the party is supreme.
I have told you now that the ultimate motive for you to be in politics is that interest, and that interest is watered by dialogue, through dialogue and every other thing. Have you tried it and it failed? Have you done that which you're supposed to do, and the people are still saying, okay?
Are you saying they haven't dialogued?
You see, they met, and the single and sole demand has been, how can you, be the presidential candidate from North? And our national chairman is also from North. And to make it worse, the DG of the campaign council is also from North again, which means there is Otiro motion by the party. Now, the people are saying, this is a national party, it's not a regional party. If it's a national party, yes, this has happened. Can we make sacrifice? Let this man drop. Let somebody from here come in. As a politician, what they would have even also done.
You said the DG of what?
The DG of Atika Abubakar Campaign Council is Aminu Tamboa. He's from North. These are strategic, important positions in the political party. Now,
no, is this guy
now? Personal to DG is personal to him.
No, this is
nothing to do with party.
No, but is it not?
What are you talking about now? DG directs everything about campaign now. Emmanuel is just a zonal chairman of SASAB. I'm telling you,
it's not chairman of that. It's the chairman of the campaign.
Of the campaign council.
Okay, so what I'm saying, the chairman is under the DG.
No, the DG is under the chairman.
No,
Annie, every other person in the campaign council operates under the director general of the campaign.
The director general of the campaign is the operational manager of the campaign.
Let me read it out for you. Go ahead.
The chairman of the.
You see, all of us we are all in the political party now, practical partisan politicians. I'm talking from point of experience. What I'm telling you, you are in a smaller Labour party. The party does not have experience now. Was he in the Ministry of Administration of the parties? He has never been in the Ministry of Administration now. So Ali, what I'm trying to say is that the G5 have told you that they are fighting a guerrilla warfare. That it is a kind of, the more you look, the less you see. People want to actually sometimes push them to know their direction. And they are saying, leave us, allow us. You think if you say we are no more, no problem. But we will speak at the appropriate time. So people will try to push, okay, to those who are speculating that G5 want to support Bola Tinubu, they say they are raising eyebrow. If G5 decide to support Atiku today, would they commend G5? Would they clap hand for them? So the people there's nothing that you will do that people will not react in one way or the other.
No,
if they say
they don't need hands to be clapped for them because they belong to PDP.
Excuse me, they belong to PDP, yes, and there are internal issues, and they have a right of their own decision. And if you say you cannot carry, because if I am in the same political party with you, the reason why people differ from one party A to party B is that if your interest is no longer covered by a political party, you can move.
Obviously.
Or you do otherwise.
Obviously. No, what's the otherwise?
Or you do otherwise.
What's the otherwise?
No.
I just asked what's the otherwise.
You can create apathy.
So like
you can create apathy.
You can start carrying out anti-party activities.
No. What is anti-party?
Apathy.
Is that yes. Fine. If you apathy, if I create apathy, have I committed any offense?
And he's a politician.
No. If I can't have party, have I committed any offense? I have not committed any offense because it is a simple protest. It's a protest. Apathy is a protest. That is why sometimes have you heard about bandwagon in politics?
Is it not dishonorable?
It is not.
It is now.
It's a protest. How would you have about protest votes? You react. Look, that is why it is very important for you to always mend fences in politics. Once there is a contest, you still go, you organize a reconciliation committee immediately. That's one thing that political party does.
Any group of people immediately can do their party at any time over
because nobody loses election and becomes happy. The next thing they do is they create a committee to reconcile immediately. That's the first thing party does after primaries. So as it is today, if PDP or if Atiku and you say that the national party position is more important to them and they cannot look towards this IO's position, so be it. Whatever comes out of it, it is left for them.
All right. The PCC is led by Udom. The DG is Tambwa. The leader is Emmanuel Udom.
I don't know about that.
I know you're the PDP River State.
He will not know.
PDP River State. I'm talking about national, so these things you will know.
Have you heard of when Zeke was the president and Tafawa Balewa was the prime minister?
No, that one.
Have you heard of it? Yes. And people say Zeke was the first president of Nigeria, and the country was being run by Tafawa Balewa.
No, that's how the government was structured.
Who is running Atiku Abubakar's campaign?
Please, you see, the campaign council, the campaign council chaired. The minister of campaign council chaired by the chairman.
The DG, like we said, is the one you see day-to-day
yes,
running the
it's the operational
but
manager.
there is a council who is led by the chairman.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. You see, the G5 governors.
You have had their turn now. The audience have to respond. You have had their turn.
Election is coming up Saturday next week. Yeah?
Yes, so
maybe your phone is faulty.
When next
there still not to be peace or reconciliation in sight. Instead, what we had in River State, I think 2 days ago, the PDP National had decided to cancel their rally in River State. And that portends danger. It portends danger for PDP River State. And sure that they may be preparing and coming up with a master stroke that we collapse this.
Is PDP Federal Republic of Nigeria?
No. Annie, you see, we are talking of party supremacy.
Are they higher than that of Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria?
Waiting in even the Toyeko's case that was struck out or dismissed 2 or 3 days ago. It's because of the action of the PDP National.
Is it not anti-party?
That is begetting
anti-party.
So anti-party begets anti-party. If you say so.
I want to move on. I want to move on from this.
You don't want to hear from your audience now.
That's why I said I know I want to hear from them. Let's get to our listeners.
If I'm in danger,
I would like to hear.
Which danger?
I would like to hear, especially at this point where we are. Part of the conversation people are having is that the G5 has lost, all its steam now. We're getting to just a couple of days to election. This is 10 days to election.
No problem.
And
let's see.
Where's the steam from the G5 and all the things that they had wanted and stood for? Do they still have that steam? Are they going to make any changes towards election?
And it was there. Did the PDP campaign in Abia State?
Exactly.
Huh?
Did PDP campaign in Abia State?
No.
Yeah, they make PDP.
Yes, the campaign in Abia State was Was he there?
No, he wasn't.
Did they campaign in Enugu State?
Yes.
Was Ugwanyi there?
No.
Did they campaign in Benue State?
No, Ugwanyi was represented by his deputy.
I'm asking question now. You say represented.
No, he wasn't there.
He wasn't there.
His deputy
at Oyo State was this man there.
In Benue, his deputy was.
Thank you. At Oyo State was
his deputy
Makinde there. What are we talking about now?
Yeah. So what are we saying here? It's like one leg in, one leg out.
Yeah. No problem.
Their deputies are good.
No problem.
Chief
does not mean anything. Really.
So, are the deputies away from their principal?
Yes.
How?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
It's a house of commotion.
Yes.
let's get the phone lines open. Then I also want to get your reaction on the fact that the divisions as we see in PDP, APC seems to be experiencing house too, especially here in River State, where we've mentioned the fact that Honorable Rotimi Amechi will not be at the campaign today, the mega rally, quote unquote, that will be held for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu
anti-party.
Is that anti-party? Well, he has not gone to somebody else's rally before. So there's anti-party.
No, there's no anti-party there.
He did not attend APC rally, neither did he attend SDP rally.
No.
He's also betting
but he's the one who has been vocal that I'll tell you who to vote for.
That's the opposite now.
That's the anti-party.
But it's anti-party
to
approve schedule for another party, not to approve for your own party.
No, the schedule was approved now. What are you saying? The schedule was approved. Even if they want to campaign today,
phone lines are
0810-9510951
or 0817-00000951. Those are the numbers you can dial to get through. You can send us SMSs, send them to 07019339962. That's 07019339962. Hello.
Annie, good morning, everybody.
Good morning. How are you? How are you doing?
I'm fine. Good morning, sir. Everybody there. Emeka from Owerri, anyway.
Emeka from Owerri, anyway. Go ahead.
You see what is happening in PDP. Honestly, if the way I look at it, just like Obidimo said, the federal are planning a very serious something against the G5. I foresee that they are planning seriously against them. On the issue of Amechi, yes, not supporting Tinubu. See, downfall of Tinubu has started from that, what they call it, the primary election of APC. It started from that time. Even that was when Buhari got disappointed. Because he's a candidate, take it or leave it. His candidate, the original candidate is Ahmed Lawan. Amechi, you see, disappointed tomorrow over Tinubu. He cannot be there. I don't even advise him to go there. Because Shibanji and all of them, they are still grudging annoyance in them. You don't expect them to go because you see one thing they can do to politicians. Anything that will cause him his ambition, he's ready to do anything in life. So I don't expect Amechi to be there. I don't even expect Oshibanjo and so on. Even Buhari himself. During disappointment, Annie, there was a day I called on this station. I told you, direct or indirect, all of you person told have that. I'm foreseeing where Buhari is supporting Atiku. You person to laugh. Say this is what do you call it? In a particular word. You person to laugh. Look, in as much as Ahmed Lawan has failed in this presidential ambition of APC, I told you, take it or leave it. The policy has gone for further against Buhari and against Tinubu. It's a poor plan deal.
All right, then.
Amebele is still concerned is the way this man uses money to vote over all the candidates, skip him out. You will see what will happen. I'm foreseeing where Buhari is supporting directly and indirectly Atiku in this game. But Obi will win.
All right, thank you very much. We got your thoughts there. Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Morning, Annie.
Morning.
Yes, Obed Chima, calling you from Port Harcourt.
Yep, Obed, go ahead.
Yes, Annie, I think the G5 governors are confused right now. Honestly, I must tell you, there is a commotion everywhere. Because from this morning, from the headline paper, when I heard that Oyo State PDP leaders declare to vote for Atiku massively. You understand? So I think G5 are losing their grip or whatever they believe on. You understand? Then our man here also, he doesn't know where to go right now. You understand? Just this morning, I'm seeing most of him followers on social media with Tinubu face cap. Honestly, Annie, I can tell you that the fight of G5 is not going to go anywhere. Now, on Amechi, I don't know the reason. I don't know how Amechi plays in politics. I must tell you. Amechi, I don't know how in politics, how he intends to go far with the kind of... Why wouldn't he be here today when the APC are campaigning? Why? No matter if you have accepted the outcome of the primary, then why can't you make a paper available? You understand? You must show a stand that look, you stand with the party. Because I drove past through the what they call Yakubu Gowon Stadium, I'm seeing some of his supporters who wore a team coat, their whatever, their t-shirt and all that. So why can't he be here? That is the question, please.
All right, Obed, we got your thoughts there. Thank you so much, Obed. Today, 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, Mother Honey.
Yes, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Yes, I'm Mr. Congo.
Mr. Congo, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Apokadi in Eche.
Okay, all right.
It's not that online.
Greet my answer the greeting. I be giving and Nande wo. Yeah.
What I want to say is it. You should not wonder that how selfish our rulers are. You can see what is managing. And you see at the top area, the Northerners want to continue to be there. And the Americans, we don't know why he will not be here today. He knows. And they pray to God to forgive. Why they're not forgiven? I assume, but I don't know his problem. On the Bata particle, he knows too well that is rotated. Whether constitutional or convention, whatever they call it, it is not supposed to be there. Buhari himself, he knows that what I'm trying to say, who comes to be? You can see some members supporting Atiku no longer with him. Atiku no longer with him. Where are we heading to? So for me, I can't go. What I'm saying is this: let God use his hand to give us a leader in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congo. We got your thoughts. Today, 95.1 FM. Good morning. Hello. Today, 95.1 FM. Good morning.
A very good morning to you, Annie, and Ogaima, and Chico Bidima, and the rest persons whose name I can sum up now.
That's okay. Good morning to you. What's your name?
Yes, Apostle Paul is my name.
Apostle Paul, good to have you.
Yes, on making supporting Tinubu or not supporting, whether he's here today or not, that is not the issue. Of course, we know that we are all aware that these persons we mentioned, or we are talking about now, they are politicians in seed and in essence. So if they are politicians and they are known, and then we see some of their catalogs of maneuvering and manifolds of their shenanigans, we should.
Oh dear. Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, and everybody in the studio there.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's your name?
It's unfortunate what is happening in Rivers State with the PDP. I mean, you are preaching all over the place that a candidate you personally selected to become a governor of Rivers State is PDP. And at the national level, who made it that this primary should be made open? The man who was instrumental to making that decision of leading that primary to be open and not the zonal decision that the Southerners took was our governor. He removed the former chairman and sponsored this man to take over. Are you? And now when he moved to the election, he said it was open. And now it's open and people have won left and right. Why can't he, swallow his pride and support, like he said, that he support any candidate that emerges? He was instrumental to use you being the chairman. But at the end of it, he didn't know that it backfired. So what is it creating problem for us in this Rivers State? Rivers State is not a violent state. We don't know our people to be that violent to the extreme, where you can take decisions wrongly and begin to impose that decision on generality of the people. Our governor is not doing well. Thank you.
All right, we'll got your thoughts there. Thank you. Today, 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's your name?
Yeah, you okay?
Okay, okay. Good to have you. Go ahead.
Okay. Looking at the three major parties
the APC, PDP, and the Labour Party. And then the behavior of their owners, you will find out that their members, especially those at the high authority, have distanced their presidential aspirants. Take example in APC. President Buhari says that vote for anybody of their conscience. It's not repeatedly saying vote for Tinubu, but vote anybody of their conscience. This to show that he has already distanced himself from the presidential aspirant. Then on PDP, the actions of the G5 is weakening the PDP and the Article 50. And that also shows that they have distanced themselves from the presidential aspirant of the PDP. Then for Amechi, you will not expect Amechi to show up for the APC campaign because Amechi brought in President Buhari, and you can see how the weather is. So you do not expect him to fall again, to go and stand for another person who will come and wreak havoc at the end of the day. So it's better he stay aloof and watch things go. So that is my take.
All right, we got your position on that. Thank you very much. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mr. Chima.
Mr. Chima, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Go ahead.
Okay. As what my brother in the studio said, the G5 is no longer functioning because I understand that what we are into today is a game of interest and an individual. The Atiku Abubakar, who happens to be the flag bearer of PDP today, has his own opinion. Only him has the final say of who to support. If
all right then, what has your God got to do with this? All right, let me read a few text messages. Wike should stop sending thugs to attack his political opponents in the state. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about, Barry in Bori. Stick to the conversation we're having, please. Annie, please pray not to have any problem with Governor Wike. He wouldn't forgive. Monday from Port Harcourt, you send that. I don't think so. I think there are quite a number of people that we've seen him, who were in opposition. He's crossed over and then they've embraced each other. One of them is Chidi Lloyd. One of them is Chidi Lloyd. At least we know that. I don't know.
Sending voices, them they prepare to kill everybody.
I don't think that's true.
At every point in time, people must agree with you and people must disagree with you.
All right, Annie, top of the morning to you and your guests. The stop collection of old Naira notes has made the police and army officers to leave the road. I drove all the way from Rupoko to Bayelsa State this morning without seeing any police officer collecting money along the road. The power of old Naira notes and the new notes is working. Thank God, ability, you send that in. Annie and the guests, if Governor Wike let him sell River State and the people therein to support anybody, he must drink from his own cup. Look, River State is deep. My dream for him is close. You spoke in so many parables here. I don't understand. Prince Lawson, you sent that. I want to ask Chief Okerie one question. How do you say come in your language? Don't tell me it's Bia because that one is Igbo. I know my friend. Thank God that Igbo will support you because he's your brother. Chinedu from Iguruta, you send that in. How do you say come in?
Then Igbo created the Bia from heaven.
Igbo
created the Bia from heaven.
Ask, is Bia come in Iche?
Huh?
How do you say come in Iche?
We don't say Bia.
What do you say?
I say Bia.
Bia?
Yes, Bia. I don't say Bia. I say Bia.
Bia.
Right. Yes, there's a difference between Bia and Bia.
And Bia. All right. Okay.
Yes.
Again, if anybody who is anybody from the southeast, like the duo of Chief Okerie and Dr. Bidima, would fault Atiku's perception of who and who made up the Igbo tribe.
And the said where?
How about the Biafran flag, which captured the entire South-South as Biafran nation without the consent of the minorities in the South-South? For Atiku and the North entirely, if Okowa, for instance, runs for number one office in 2027 and eventually wins, the Igbos will have tasted the elusive honey. However, according to Atiku, and I align with him completely, let the Southeast learn to worm their way through the mainstream party. Good morning, Annie and Ogaiman, distinguished guests in the studio. Please, you people should leave Chief Okoye. All right, we've left him. Annie Alhaji Atiku Abubakar said he was the stepping stone to Igbo presidency. Thank goodness that he has accepted that he's a stone. A stone is an innate object. Please, we need someone who's conscious, who has life. We need a man who can readily jettison an ambition that visibly offends morality and the sensibility of men of good character. How can he be warming up to take the baton from his brother after 8 interrupted years? For crying out loud, this is indescribably unwholesome. In the BC Ejikeme, you send that in from LME. And good morning, Atiku said from the beginning that if the party zoned the president to the Southeast, he will not run. But Governors Otum and Uguanyi, respective chairmen of zoning committee, being influenced by Governor Wike, scuttled it, and Governor Otum committee declared it open. This forced Obi out of the PDP, and Atiku had to come into the race. Let's keep the record straight. Dave, you sent that in from Port Harcourt. Atiku's Igbo stepping stone. Igbos, are you jealous and not united? Are they not minority tribe? I don't know what you're saying there. Your English didn't allow me read that. Good morning, Annie. Singto from Port Harcourt. Amici, the APC leader, will not be at the APC rally River State to welcome them. His party, somebody that has been playing politics for them, has left. They have become frustrated. Let me end there. Good morning, Annie and the brothers in the studio. Annie, the man in your studio has spoken well. The delegates are the causes of what we are facing now for the two major parties. And then again, all the presidential candidates like Labour Party, APC and PDP are the same persons on it also. It is only former Transport Minister and Governor Wike that would have made the good people of Nigeria happy. Thanks, Okwando from Omagwa. It's only the Rivers people that will make... he didn't want any other place. Only Rivers sons that will have made Nigerians happy, right? Hey, great sons too. I know the redesign of the Naira note is disturbing in some ways, but after listening to the Vice President about the money stolen from the Nigerian Treasury account by some individuals, I support the federal government to stand their ground. Good morning, I'm Stanley from Port Harcourt. Is there no way? Dr. Obidima's voice is very, very deceptive. One will mistake him for a 35-year... So if you think he's 35 years, what's wrong with that?
How old do you think I am?
He's 36. He's 36. Is there any way that government can retrieve this money from the people hoarding it without masses bearing the brunt? Onyebuchi fine boy from Abba. Good morning, Annie. Amechi is so principled and will not support an incoherent flag bearer. Wike has not been consistent in style. Engineer Kingsley, you send that in. Any top of the morning, Governor Wike had clarified the assassination attempt. Okay, I think I read that. That's not for today. Any top of the morning to you. The Tango ability, I read all your posts already. Annie, Peter Obi imports almost everything. What has that got to do with what I'm talking about? Has nothing to do with what we're discussing today. Finally, I'll take this and we've got to go. Annie, put me on record. If Atiku wins the next governor of Central Bank or Accounts General of the Federation, will be Udom Emmanuel. Okay, you're on record. It's 12 noon. We've got to go. Dr. Bitima, quickly. Just like 2 seconds. 3, 4.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Dr. Bitima, JP journalist, international affairs analyst. Dr. Obina Oswago.
Mr.
Oh, I don't... It's in the horizon, doctor.
Claim it.
All right, then. Thank you very much for coming, Mr. Obino Swago.
Thanks.
All right, then. Public affairs analyst and member BOT, the Federalist Movement of Nigeria.
Dr. Chief
Lofty Okere, JP.
Annie, if having a kind of interest outside political parties is an offense, we would have started from President Muhammad Buhari, who have always said that vote for me and vote for any other candidate. He said it in Owerri and he has said it in so many other places. So today, people are also saying it based on interest. I thank the audience for listening.
They did condemn Buhari for saying that then.
They didn't condemn him. So why are they condemning other people today? Thank you. Why are they condemning other people today who say that I will vote for this one here and vote? Remember that Enyendeba.
Chief Lovely Okere JP, social
That's
policy
Benin
analyst
language,
and community leader, member, River State PDP Campaign Council. He's living in Port Harcourt. Emmanuel Ndukwe.
I certainly believe that at the right time, that's my own thought, that the G5 will act.
All right.
Whatever the action will be, I don't know.
Simple. All right, thank you very much. And just before we leave, I did say I was going to choose a winner from the opportunity we granted you on Facebook, but we've got a tie. So we have a tie. We've got Favor Sikiru. You have 9 people. And then we also have, where's this other person who has 9? There's another group who has got 9. There are 2 of you there who have 9 each. So I'm going to have to extend this for a little bit more and see if we can break that tie. So if you know anybody who can help you out and break that tie, you want to tell them to quickly go on to Today95.1 FM, the page, and under that post and go like your post so that we can break that tie. I'll give it an extra 1 hour and then we'll indicate on Facebook who the winner is. But coming up is the world news. Lucky Maxwell is here to take you on that.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon, this is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio Today, 95.1 FM, and the headline: Supreme Court adjourns case on Naira swap policy till February 22. African Union Commission reveals plans to send observer mission to Nigeria ahead of general elections. On the foreign scene, at least 4 people die in devastation flood in New Zealand. I am Lucky Maxwell. Now the details. The presidency says neither the federal government nor the Central Bank of Nigeria had taken a stand on the continued use of the old Naira notes as legal tenders. The presidency said this is as the case is still pending before the Supreme Court, which will hear it today. The senior special assistant to the president of media and publicity, Garba Shehu, said the federal government would make its position on the new Naira policy known after the determination of the suit today. This comes about 1 week after the Supreme Court, in a ruling on February 8, suspended the CBN's February 10 deadline to hold the use of old Naira notes. However, the Supreme Court, responding to the ex parte application filed by the government of Kaduna, Kogi and Zamfara, stopped the CBN from effecting its ban on the old notes pending the hearing and determination of the case today. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court of Nigeria has adjourned the case on the Naira swap policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria till Wednesday, February 22, for hearing of the consolidated suits by 10 states. The Apex Court, which heard the case today, was filled to capacity with assistance of Senior Advocate of Nigeria, other lawyers, and the governors of Kaduna and Kogi states, Nasir El-Rufai and Yahya Bello. At the last hearing, the court had temporarily banned the implementation of the February 10 deadline of the CBN from making the old Naira notes legal tender. Zamfara, Kogi and Kaduna state had instituted the suit against the federal government and the CBN. Justice John Okoro, who led a 7-man panel, said the court should not lose sight of the case and its intention as it affects the sufferings of Nigerians. In a related development, drama erupted in Supreme Court today when Edo and Bayelsa State pitched their tent with the federal government in suit by other states against the federal government on implementation of the cashless policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Edo, represented by Senior Advocate of Nigeria, told a panel of 7 justices of the Apex Court that it was in support of the cashless policy regime and sought to be joined as respondent. Bayelsa State followed suit when, through its counsel, Damian Dodo, it announced support for the federal government and applied to be joined as a respondent in the matter. However, 6 other states, Lagos, Cross River, Ogun, Ekiti, Ondo, and Sokoto, joined their counterparts, Kaduna, Kogi, and Zamfara, in the legal battle against the federal government. Meanwhile, Rivers State has filed a separate suit against the federal government on the same matter. The struggle to access Naira has intensified, with Nigerians queuing daily in banks to withdraw money from automated teller machines that are empty, leaving the people at the mercy of point-of-sale operators. Today FM visited some banks in the Rumokoro axis of Port Harcourt where customers alleged that banks are already rejecting the old Naira notes. They lamented that they are unable to withdraw money, saying the banks claim they have no money.
There was so much crowd there yesterday. They asked us to stay behind the gate till 10 o'clock before they opened the gate for us. And after that, we could not collect our money. The reason was that they said there is no cash. Over the counter, ATM, there was no cash anywhere. Those that had old notes, old money to deposit, also said that we can't deposit our old money. So all of us went with our money. Today I'm here again, and they are telling us there is no cash.
I don't know if it's forth from the CBN or from the bank. Since morning we have been standing here. All the banks said they don't have money. I don't know what is happening. Whether the money don't finish for CBN, I've been done finish for this bank. They say we can't enter inside because there is no money. 1 naira is not in my pocket. I mean 15 naira to eat this money. It's not in my pocket. We not get money. I not get at all. The little one I get, if I send a debt, we won't use and pay.
I can't access the bank premise. This sends a message to voters. It's a signal that we should vote out bad leadership.
Some other residents who were ever able to withdraw from a different bank were only allowed to withdraw 1,000 naira per person. The Northern Elders Forum says there is no reason to doubt the credibility and capacity of the Independent National Electoral Commission to conduct free, fair and credible elections on February 25 and March 11. NEF spokesman Hakim Baba Ahmed said those against the planned deployment of the bimodal voter registration systems for the elections should make their reservations known with sufficient proof if they have any at all. Baba Ahmed said there have been reports of late that politicians who are against the beavers attempt to use the court of law to stop INEC from deploying beavers and INEC result viewing portal in the elections. But the electoral body has consistently restated its commitment and determination to deploy the system for the 2023 general elections. The African Union Commission has announced that it will be sending a 90-strong observer mission to Nigeria for this month's elections. The African Union Election Observation Mission is being headed by former Kenyan President Uhuru Kenyatta, who helped broker a deal to end 2 years of war in northern Ethiopia and is mediating in the conflict in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The AU said the objectives of the mission were to provide an accurate and impartial assessment of the electoral process, offer recommendations for any improvement in future polls, and to demonstrate AU support towards consolidation of democracy, peace and stability, and development in Nigeria. Nearly 100 million people are expected to vote to choose a successor to President Muhammadu Buhari, who steps down after 2 terms. This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying tuned. Now the rest of the news. Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has berated the Presidential Campaign Council of the People's Democratic Party following the cancellation of the campaign rally originally slated for yesterday. Wike, who spoke during the state campaign rally in Ahoda town, said the PCC of the PDP cancelled their campaign rally over their inability to mobilize people. The governor said the PDP has not shown love for Rivers State, citing the period in which floods ravaged 4 local governments in the state last year. He criticized PDP governors for saying the insecurity in Rivers State was the reason for cancelling the campaign.
See how they oath every day, they machete every day. Why? Now bad things when they think. So when they say they cancel the rally, now lie. Now make people don't say they not feel mobilized. PDP never tell us that they love River State. With their candidates, we had a problem here, flood, heavy flood, that occupied our houses. Is there anybody, whether it's the PDP candidate or is everybody leadership of PDP, that came to this state to sympathize with us? But they went to Bayelsa, they went to Delta. Peter Obi came here. I gave him stadium. I gave him vehicle. Pokwanso came. I gave him vehicle. Even to go to Bayelsa. APC have applied. I've given them stadium. Should I pursue them? If they want vehicle for me, I'll give them. My party said they no go cause insecurity. My insecurity day for their states. I they challenge their governors. May they challenge me. May they challenge me. I can tell them how they want to be.
Speaking on the unity of the G5, Wike insisted that they are still strong as ever with an undisclosed plan for February 25 presidential election. The governorship candidate of the Social Democratic Party in Rivers State, Senator Magnus Abbey, has promised that his administration will improve children education and grow the economy of the state if voted for as the governor of the state. Senator Abbey said this while canvassing for support and vote at Ward 9 in Ilele Alimini community in Emoha local government area ahead of the forthcoming general elections. The SDP governorship candidate said his government will create a system that will change the difficulties faced in the state through a transparent government.
God bless you. Time don't reach for us to come together, plan together, make we begin do things differently. We will enable us to make money. No be money where we go chop for only the day of election. No be when election reach, government buy rice for you. You must live life where we say you yourself fit buy rice for yourself and buy rice for others. And the way where we go do them, we say we go reorganize the whole government, reorganize the way where we dey live even here for Ilele Alimini. We fit plan this state.
Senator Abbey lamented the challenges faced in the state and the society at large and urged those living and doing business in the area to come together and take a decision to vote in SDP for a better River State.
Name of say you want chop money. Rivers people, Ilele Alimini people, make on a shine on a eyes. Election don't reach. People will never look for you since. They never ask how you they survive. But now they hold the government. You know say sin. Or now they complain. Ilele Alimini hospital no they work. Ilele Alimini hospital. They inside that money where you go chop. Another time. Now time to shine your eye.
Today FM Suchende Joe reports that Senator Magnus Abbey also inaugurated youth advisors in the Emoha local government area and appealed to the youth to mobilize and vote in SDP in March 11, 2023 governorship election. The governorship candidate of Labour Party in River State, Beatrice Utuwa, has promised to provide grants and sub-loans for traders if elected into office. Utuwa made the promise during her campaign in Obiakpo local government area. The Labour leader also pleaded for women's support as she promised to increase the number of female appointees if elected.
We are going to carry women along. I will exceed the 35%. I will give women 60. Let me take. After all, we are more than them in number, isn't it? And so we should take more too now. They have been taking all this right. And you know, women are good managers. So we manage the state and bring the state back to prosperity. Our children will be employed. No more killings. No more cultism. We have zero tolerance for corruption. Therefore, we save money and use the money to better our lives. Our lot of women will be encouraged to form cooperatives. I will give you grants. I can use and go and do your businesses. Employment will be everywhere because industries will be revived. River State will become the Dubai of Nigeria. So come 25th of this month, February, go out there and vote in that place where you have Papa, Mama, and Pikin. So it's a complete family. And so we say that they go there and vote Labour Party where you have LP.
Earlier, the Labour Party team paid a courtesy visit to the palace of the paramount ruler of Akwa Kingdom, Eze Levi Amos Urebe. The Rivers State Police Command has arrested 2 suspected thugs who are allegedly involved in the disruption of campaign rallies in the state. The public relations officer of the command, Grace Iringa Koko, in a chat with newsmen in Port Harcourt, said the suspect have been transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department for discreet information. The police also displayed arms and ammunition recovered from the suspect by security personnel deployed at the venue of the All Progressives Congress campaign rally in Ilime local government area of the state. The suspect, numbering hundreds, were reported to have stormed the venue of the APC state campaign rally in Ilime local government area with the intention to destroy the place when luck ran out of 2 of them. Meanwhile, officers of the C4I Intelligence Unit of the Rivers State Police Command have killed a member of a 5-man kidnap gang operating in Port Harcourt. The public relations officer of the command, Grace Iringa Koko, in a statement said the gang was trailed and arrested after a gun battle at Ndoki waterside area of Port Harcourt. The Commissioner of Police urged residents of Rivers State to remain calm and vigilant and report any suspicious persons or activities to the police. One Edmond Tom George has raised an alarm over an alleged threat to his life by one Chijoke who is currently in the custody of the police over allegations bordering on rape of an underage girl. Tom George, who spoke with Today FM, claimed that he intervened in the matter and involved the family of the girl, who he said are trying to sweep the case under the carpet. He explained that Chijoke, who is married to the auntie of the underage girl in question before his arrest, threatened him to drop the case. Tom George also raised alarm that the IPO in charge of the case may have been compromised, saying there are indications the suspect is about to get bail, contrary to the order of the Commissioner of Police, Okun Effiong. He further called on the Commissioner of Police to intervene.
One Mr. Chijoke, he molested a teenager of 17 years old. She made a complaint that he has been molesting her since when she was 12 years old. I took her to her parents to officially report the issue. Her auntie that is living with her is trying to sweep the issue under the carpet in order to save her marriage. I took her to the community myself to sit with her parents. The parents did nothing. I took her to feed her to make an official report. The man that molested the young girl, Chijoke, he has been calling me to let bygone be bygone because I have every evidence of miscrime. So when I was helping this girl, they were giving me all sort of allegation of, he said he's going to deal with me. The IPO said I should come and see him today concerning the threats.
On the foreign scene, New Zealand officials say at least 4 people, including a child, have died in the devastation of Cyclone Gabrielle, which has caused significant flooding and landslide across the North Island. Today, officials confirmed a child's body was found in Hawke's Bay, one of the worst affected regions. Rescue helicopters there had rescued about 300 people stranded on rooftops. The cyclone has moved away from New Zealand, but about 10,500 people were still displaced today. Prime Minister Chris Hipkins said there were also several people missing for whom the police do hold grave concerns. Elsewhere, a U.S. man who spent nearly 28 years behind bars for a murder he has always denied committing has had the conviction overturned in Missouri. 50-year-old Lama Johnson walked out of the St. Louis courtroom a free man after a ruling by Judge David Mason. The judge said he acted after 2 witnesses had provided clear and convincing evidence Johnson was innocent. He had been convicted of murdering Marcus Boyd in 1994. Johnson was visibly moved when the ruling was announced, while his supporters started cheering and applauding. To end the news as a summary of the major stories. The Supreme Court has adjourned the case on Naira swap policy till February 22. You heard that African Union Commission has revealed plans to send observer mission to Nigeria ahead of the general elections. On the foreign scene, we told you that at least 4 people have died in a devastation flood in New Zealand. If Funaya Obemenduku, editor of the news, for comment and inquiries, please call 08183892850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Good afternoon. I am Lucky Maxwell.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
it. Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your Premium Talk Radio station.
We are your Premium Talk Radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
Lord, why should you leave me at this point in time? Oh my God.
my life now. I couldn't do a thing like that to me. What on earth did I do to this?
Suicide is a practice that is fast gaining dominance in Nigeria. Suicide is the intentional act of taking one's life. Within the first quarter of 2017 alone, many Nigerians have subscribed to suicide as a means to escaping depression, severe anxiety, acute stress, terminal diseases, lack of money or hope for survival, mental disorder, or even a heartbreak. The World Health Organization revealed that no fewer than 1 million people die annually from suicide, which represents a global mortality rate of 16 people per 100,000, or 1 death in every 40 seconds. It is also a fact that approximately 10 to 20 million people attempt suicide every year. But is anything worth dying for?
Oh my God.
Suicide is a major public health concern, but it is preventable. Talk to someone when you feel depressed. You can also prevent others from a suicide attempt by contacting the Nigerian Suicide Prevention Initiative on 080-621-06493 or 080-921-06493. Choose to live today because life is beautiful. This message is powered by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Emeka, biko, bia.
What is it?
How come Chukwudi, that guy, Chukwudi, how come he's making more sales than us? And we are in the same line of business, eh?
Relax. Cool down.
Are you sure he's not using something? Eh? Ask him so that whatever he says, we can use it.
I'll do something. I'll meet him. He's my brother. Calm down. What is that thing you are doing? I'm your brother. What is that thing you're doing? Look at your shop now. It's always busy.
Look, my friend, it is very simple. I don't tell you this thing before, but you know the
I am willing to go anywhere, any length. Just what is it you are doing? What is the secret?
It is very simple. See, just take your business, okay? Take your business, go to Day FM for adverts, and you will experience change.
Chukudi, stop this joke now.
I tell you, because now, as they talk so, their rates don't drop.
Chukudi, are you being serious?
I tell you.
Where this man goes, sir? Oga Chukudi, want buy something new? Oga Chukudi.
Who they collect money? Chief, can face you come now.
I come. Emeka, I need to go now. And don't forget though, Today 95.1 FM. Carry your business, go give them, and you will see change.
Yeah, you can be the greatest, you can be the best.
Chukudi, Dalo, thank you very much.
Biko, be family.
Thank you.
And the world's gonna know your name.
Thomas Edison, who lived from 1847 to 1931, was quoted as saying in 1890 that non-violence leads to the highest ethics, which is the goal of all evolution. Until we stop harming all other living beings, we are still savages. Encourage peace in the city and report violence. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not harm. Thou shalt not be violent. This message is brought to you by the voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Corruption is a dishonest action that destroys people's trust. Corruption takes many forms. It can be interpreted by many people in many ways. It is hard to enter into any sector in Nigeria without observing one corrupt practice or the other. The faces of corruption ranges from political, universities and college, bank sector, the civil service, even the religious bodies. In Nigeria, factors like greed, poor youth empowerment, poverty, unemployment, etc. are said to be responsible for corruption. However, no reason is good enough to be corrupt, because corruption is capable of crippling our economy, raise poverty level, bring about national crisis as well as poor national development. Stop the embezzlement and misappropriation of public or government funds, bribery, malpractice, man no man, and treat all citizens equally today. A corrupt-free nation is possible. This message is powered by your premium talk radio Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Cultism is a monster whose ravaging effects have left tales of woes such as loss of lives, kidnapping, drug abuse, threats, destruction of properties, blackmail, rape, and many other ills in society. In our society today, poor parental training, peer pressure, poverty, quest for power and social identity are the leading factors that contributes to youths indulging in this act. Again, peace can be restored to our society only and only if we attach value to human lives. And this would bring about rapid development to our community. Say no to cultism. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, voice of the people.
It's that time on radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world. Personality profile. Now you know.
Chief Eliezer Chukwuemeka Anyaoku was born on 18 January 1933 in Obosi, Anambra State, Nigeria. Not only is he a chief through lineage, but also through his exceptional leadership skills. His career in leadership spans many decades and institutions, both national and internationally. The promotion of democracy on the African continent has always been his primary focus and an area of concern. His precociousness in leadership showed when he joined the Commonwealth Development Corporation at the tender age of 26 in 1959. Shortly after the Nigerian independence, the new government invited him to join the country's diplomatic service. In 1963, he was posted to Nigeria's permanent mission at the United Nations UN in New York. After the establishment of the Commonwealth Secretariat, Chief Anyaoku became Assistant Director of International Affairs. He was seconded to the organization by the first Secretary General, Arnold Smith of Canada. He later became a director, and by 1975, Chief Anyaoku became Assistant Secretary General. In 1977, Commonwealth government elected him Deputy Secretary General with responsibility for international affairs and the Secretariat administration. His commitment to Africa remained with him, and in 1983, Chief Anyaoku returned to Nigeria to serve as the country's foreign minister. On the overthrow of the government by the military, he went back to his Commonwealth position as Deputy Secretary General. In 1989, Chief Anyaoku was elected the third Commonwealth Secretary General. He proved an indispensable leader in matters of national, continental, and international political leadership, and was re-elected at the 1993 Limassol Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting for a second 5-year term. His career as a leader spans over 30 years of Commonwealth initiatives and negotiations. He does not avoid dealing with matters that are controversial. Chief Anyaoku's strength in leadership can be seen in his active involvement in issues such as the Gibraltar referendum of 1967, the Nigerian Civil War of 1967 to 1970, the St. Kitts Nevis Angular constitutional crisis of 1969 to 1970, the problems following Commonwealth Games boycott during the 1980s and the process leading to the peace and democracy in Zimbabwe, Namibia, and in particular South Africa. Chief Anyaoku was also closely involved in the establishment of a joint office in the New York for small Commonwealth countries that are thus enabled to be represented at the UN. Concerning the liberation of South Africa, Chief Anyaoku met the former president of the African National Congress ANC, Oliver Reginald Tambo, in 1963 when he was junior officer in the Nigerian embassy to the United Nations. This meeting was a genesis to a lifelong friendship between Chief Anyaoku and the Tambo family, resulting in the then president of the ANC, Tambo, introducing Chief Anyaoku to Tambo's then personal assistant and current president of the Republic of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, in 1968. Additionally, in view of his closeness to the Tambo family, he was one of the few people, number 3 to be exact, after Trevor Huddleston and President Thabo Mbeki, who were invited to deliver lectures at the memorial lecture of Oliver Tambo. In 1990, on the release of former President Nelson Mandela from Portsmouth Prison, he hosted Madiba to his second dinner in London. Between November 1, 1999 and 17 November 1993, he visited South Africa 11 times, using his diplomatic skills in order to break deadlocks around the negotiation processes in South Africa. In 1998, the former president of South Africa, Nelson Mandela, in recognition of Chief Emeka Anyaoku's antecedents concerning South Africa and the manner in which he had championed the cause of the progressive movement around the world, afforded him the rare honor of addressing a joint sitting of the South African National Assembly. Lastly, former President Nelson Mandela wrote the foreword to Chief Chukwuemeka Anyaoku's book, Eye of Fire. In early 1997, he organized the first African Commonwealth Heads of Government Roundtable to promote democracy and good governance on the continent. However, he still honors his traditional duties, serving as a chief in the midst of his international commitments. Anyaoku continues to fulfill the duties of his office as Ichie Adazie of Obosi, a traditional Ndi Ichie chieftaincy title.
Personality profile. Now you know.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma dey match am. Dey go.
What? You driving the officer of the law? You're under arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrest me yesterday. That yesterday, I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too, make you do wetin dey right. For we country to better, it dey for we hand. If you like, do like say you no hear am. To give or to take bribe, na offense.
No, I don't hear am, Abi. You hear am too, Abi. You hear am. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. Now the voice of the people. Now him bring this message give me. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
I found a love for me. Well, darling, just dive right in. Follow my lead. Well, I found a girl, beautiful and sweet. Well, I never knew you were the someone waiting for me. 'Cause we were just kids when we fell in love, not knowing what it was. I will not give you up this time. Well, darling, just kiss me slow. Your heart is all I own, and in your eyes you're holding mine. Baby, I'm dancing in the dark with you between my arms, barefoot on the grass, listening tonight.
Well, I found a man stronger than anyone I know. He shares my dreams. I hope that someday we'll share our home. I found love to carry more than just my secrets, to carry love, to carry children of our own. We are still kids, but we're so in love, fighting against all odds. I know we'll be alright this time. Darling, just hold my hand. Be your girl, you'll be my man. And I see my future in your eyes. Well, baby, I'm dancing in the dark with you between my arms, barefoot on the grass while listening to our favorite song.
When I saw you in that dress, looking so beautiful, I don't deserve this. Darling, you look perfect tonight.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Well, you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go. Staring at the bottom of your glass, hoping one day you'll make a dream last. But dreams come slow and they go so fast. You see it when you close your eyes. Maybe one day you'll understand why everything you touch surely dies. But you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Staring at the ceiling in the dark, same old empty feeling in your heart. Cause love comes slow and it goes so fast. We see you when you fall asleep, but never to touch and never
never to keep, cause you loved her too much and you dive too deep. You only need the light when it's burning low, only miss the sun when it starts to snow, only know you love her when you let her go, only know you've been high when you're feeling low, only hate the road when you're missing home, only know you love her when you let her go, and you let her go. You let her go, will you let her go? 'Cause you only need the light when it's burning low, only miss the sun when it starts to snow, only know you love her when you let her go. Burning low, only miss the sun when it starts to snow, only know you love her when you let her go, only know you've been high when you're feeling low, only hate the road when you're missing home, only know you love her when you let her go.
Cheers to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here but you're not, 'cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way, 'cause the drinks bring back all the memories, and the memories bring back your. There's a time that I remember when I did not know no pain, when I believed in forever and everything would stay the same. Now my heart feels like December when somebody say your name, 'cause I can't reach out to call you, but I know I will one day. Yeah. Everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday. Yeah, yeah. But everything gon' be alright. Gonna raise a glass and say, hey. Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here but you're not, 'cause the dreams bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way, 'cause the drinks bring back all the memories, and the memories bring back your. Memories bring back your. There's a time that I remember when I never felt so lost, and I felt all of the hatred was too powerful to stop. Now my heart feels like an ember, and it's lighting up the dark. I'll carry these torches for you, and you know I'll never drop. Yeah, everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday. Yeah, but everything gon' be alright. Gonna raise a glass and say, hey. Here's to the ones that we got. Oh, cheers to the wish you were here but you're not, 'cause the dreams bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way, 'cause the dreams bring back all the memories, and the memories bring back your. Memories bring back your. Memories bring back your.
this time I feel there's no one to save me. This all and nothing really got away, you're driving me crazy. I need somebody to hear, somebody to know, somebody to have, somebody to hold. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you numbed all the pain. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I'm going under, and this time I feel there's no one to turn to. This all and nothing way of loving, go be sleeping without you. Now I need somebody to know, somebody to hear, somebody to have, just to know how it feels. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you help me escape. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. And I tend to close my eyes when it hurts. Sometimes I fall into your arms. I'll be safe in your soul till I come back around. For now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love, but now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. To let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
It's not a secret I try to hide. You know you want me, so don't keep saying our hands are tied. You claim it's not in the cards, and fate is pulling you miles away and out of reach from me. But you're here in my heart, so who can stop me if I decide that you're my destiny? What if we rewrite the stars? Say you were made to be mine. Nothing could keep us apart. You be the one I was meant to find. It's up to you, and it's up to me. No one can say what we get to be. So why don't we rewrite the stars? Maybe the world could be ours tonight.
You think it's easy? You think I don't wanna run to you? But there are mountains, and there are doors that we can walk through. I know you're wondering why, because we're able to be just you and me within these walls. But when we go outside, you're gonna wake up and see that it was hopeless after all. No one can rewrite the stars. How can you say you'll be mine? Everything keeps us apart, and I'm not the one you were meant to find. It's not up to you, it's not up to me. When not a secret I try to hide, but I can't have you. We're bound to break and my hands are tied.
Gonna make a change for once in my life. It's gonna feel real good. Gonna make a difference. Gonna make it right. As I turn up the collar on my favorite winter coat, this wind is blowing my mind. I see the kids in the street with not enough to eat. Who am I to be blind, pretending not to see their need? A son's disregard, a broken bottle top, and a one-man soul. They follow each other on the window, 'cause they got nowhere to go. That's why I want you to know. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma, they match am, they go.
What? You driving the officer of the law? You're under arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrest me yesterday. That yesterday, I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too, make you do wetin dey right. For we country to better, it is for we hand. If you like, do like say you no hear am. To give or to take bribe, na offense.
I don't hear am, abi. You hear am too, abi. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. Now the voice of the people. Now him bring this message give me. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
At my back, I ain't coming back.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.